Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan. I know you. I'm looking at you, baby. I got my eyes just down here. I can see it. How you doing? I'm taking in the full picture. We'll be playing Clustertruck today. Is the thing? Huh? Yeah, put it up in the But before we do, I have to ask you, a very important question. And that is, have the Minnesota Bengals beaten the Tampa Bay Turtles yet? How's your Sportsball game going, huh? I got emails from my cell phone carrier saying, if you refer people to us this weekend, we'll give you extra money. So let me introduce you to US Mobile. Super Bowl weekend, man. We gotta do the US Mobile is my cell phone carrier, and I've actually been I've been wanting to make a video for YouTube that actually did this, that actually promoted, the things that I actually use and that I would actually recommend, and that have a back end for me so that, maybe I can pay my bills. US Mobile, here's what I'm going to tell you. Okay, all I'm going to say. I pay $28 a month for 2 lines. That's all. So, if you just referral link in chat now, follow it. I don't know if it'll allow me to put that link in today. Sign up with US Mobile, and maybe I'll get some. You'll get some money because you get a discount or some shit. Apparently, is what it's saying here. But I actually do go out of my way to track these down every certain cycle. There's so you've got the big cell phone carriers. What's my cut? I'm not entirely sure. I think I get $25. I think it's you get $25 if somebody spends $100 on their cell phone plan in the first 6 months or something. So it's in October I might see some money back. But so in the US you've got just the big carriers, right? There's just 5 or 6 big carriers, and at least 3 of those 6 are actually the same carrier pretending to be other carriers. You've got more options than you do. But there's always, because of the laws in the United States of America, I think this is why it's like this. We had to back in the day when the government actually represented some of the people's interests, a very small amount of the people's interests, but it did represent, we had to break up the telecom. There was like 3 and 3 constituted a monopoly. Now 3 is like, what? An oligopoly, rather. But now 3 is like, oh my god, all of the choices. You've got Amazon or Google? Fucking 2? Damn! It's not just Disney, so we had to break them up. So there are laws in the books that basically make it so that the big telecommunication companies have to sell their service at cost to third-party providers so as to create a market of competition that otherwise wouldn't exist in this monopolized industry. So if you go out of your way and you look to find where is the, you know, good cell phone company that's actually doing that right now, you can, and you will find it. It shifts around, though, because what happens is somebody makes up a good telecoms company that's giving you good prices and good service for the prices, and then it gets big, it gets popular, it starts making a bunch of money, and then the big telecoms come in and they eat it alive. The big telecoms come in and they buy it, and the prices start to slowly rise until the prices are the same as everybody else's, and it's a proper monopoly again. But that just opens a hole in the market for somebody else to come in and do the thing again and build up the small at cost, you know, the cheap, what it should be is what we're talking about here. So US Mobile is currently that organization, and you can't get dedicated to any of these because I've been through like Consumer Mobile, or I've been through at least 3 of these companies, and they all get, you know, bought out, eaten alive, and I think it's their goal is to get bought out and eaten alive eventually. So you just gotta like be ready to switch to the new one whenever the one that you're with goes. But you can get in the United States a cell phone package for less than $45 a fucking month, you know, without having to sign up for a contract that gets you tied into like your phone comes through them too, and you can't use the phone on any other network and all that shit. No. You just bring your own fucking phone, and you can have, there we go, I can see it. And you can have, you know, decent, a reasonably costed cell phone. Is that US currency? Yeah, 28 bucks. 28 bucks a month, and both Lady Pawn and I have our cell phone packages. I've never had a problem with connectivity. I never had a problem with mobile internet, which is easy to say because I don't leave the house, but she leaves the house. She's never had a problem. It's using, you know, it's using one of the major carriers. It's Verizon or something like that is who their service is provided by. So you're getting, you know, major national mainstream big service, but you're just not paying the incredibly nonsensical markups that the monopolized industries allow. Monopolized industry of telecommunications in the United States allows to exist. Okay, we're just gonna warm up a little bit with some 910. Also get the level preloaded. Good. Okay, I didn't get it, but here's what you can do. Just stay up here until you've got another truck and do the backup. You know, that's interesting. Nope. Wasn't high enough. Ideally, you want like a 5-second time, or a, you know, a sub 5 would even be, you know, better. But that means you gotta not get hit up too high. You know, this is too high. I gotta come back down. I gotta control my speed, and when you're that high, it's, you know, the angles are bad. End up with a 12. But here we go. A 6. That would be nice. Okay, this is one of those where, like, you could bring it around like this, and then come back, and really you should have just reset, because it took you 12 seconds to get it done, and you could have just done another throw and gotten the same time or better. Okay, messed it up. There you go. But those, you know, misses there, they all count. so that'd be like a 9-second clear or something. But yeah, good prices. It's US Mobile. The other one that I would do, there's your 5.2. The other, you know, service that I would, like, give out a referral link to if I made a video... Whoa! That was cool. If I made a video, where I could, you know, hawk something to try and make money. The other thing that I would do is my VPN provider, which is TorGuard. Yeah, TorGuard. I like, number one, I just like that the word torrent, or you know, that it's implied right there in the name, so they're not like, we're for so that you can watch Netflix, which by the way is also piracy, you know, technically according to the law. TorGuard is pretty, you know, open, like, you put torrent in the name of your VPN service, Tor. You know, nobody's confused that whether or not you're cool with torrenting on the platform. So, but the main thing is that I've got, you know, an incredible setup using TorGuard, where right now, well, actually I pause it for the sake of the live streams, just that we have as much bandwidth as possible, because I'm broadcasting to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. But right now, in theory, I could have, if I weren't broadcasting YouTube, I would have my Hive on, my torrent Hive, available 24/7. I'm a 24/7 pirate, yarr! And it's thanks to the really cool setup that I'm able to do because of TorGuard, and they do a referral program as well. And so, you know, I would like to make a video about how to set things up the way that I've set things up. That's a clear. Look, we're gonna fade to the, see how we were fading to the credits? That was a clear. Ooh. 3.8. A 3.8 clear. Wow, I kind of want to finish that one and get it logged in case that's the fastest I've ever done. 9:10 right there. Yeah, I'd like to do a video on, like, how to set yourself up to be a 24/7 pirate. Because it's a tricky thing, and there's a lot of, like, you can do it an easy way that kind of sucks, or you can do it the best way that I've figured out that is just rock solid, and if everything broke all at the same time, you still wouldn't, like, get exposed. So that's one of the ideas I have for a video that I'd like to do that I think, you know, would get, it wouldn't be a you know, hundreds of thousands of view count thing, but I think it would constantly get views forever after I made it, and be one of those trickling, you know, tens of thousands of views videos over time. Alright, are we ready to actually play the game? I don't know. Probably not. So I put in the description for this live stream that I am now off my meds. And what I mean by that is actually that I have not taken my aripiprazole, which is no big deal. It's just an antipsychotic. I have not taken my aripiprazole for like 36 hours now. Hang on. I don't think this makes it. Yeah. So for anyone who's new to the live streams, I have myalgic encephalomyelitis, aka chronic fatigue syndrome, and there are no approved treatments for ME/CFS. Damn it. But the community of sufferers, we all know what works. And what works is low-dose naltrexone. And one of the things that might work, that there's been some news about lately, is aripiprazole. Low-dose aripiprazole as well. So for the past several months, I've been making my own dosage of aripiprazole, starting from I'm not even sure, like a 2 milligram pill, and then I get it down to a 0.02 milligram pill or something. I can't even remember what my numbers are. I've got a certain way that I do it now, and that's all. This is... I should have... Goddamn it. That was just stupid. I'm gonna do this now. Follow stupid with stupid, and you'll justify it. And this. You see why I'm trying to do it, though. It's so fast. But we're just losing time. Consistency is better than speed. And I screwed everything up right at the beginning there. So yeah, I've been trying aripiprazole, and right now I'm trying to not take aripiprazole and see what'll happen. So far, I feel a little bit more tired, is the extent of what I can list as the changes. Is I just feel, you know, that kind of groggy kind of a thing, but that's it. And since I've been taking aripiprazole, it has lived in the realm of, I think it's doing something, I think I have more energy, but it also, like, what it really did was it gave me the sense that I had energy, when maybe I actually didn't. That's not how you want to do that, but it worked. So when I first got on aripiprazole, I actually had some days. Okay, hey, I'm pretty sure it goes. Oh, no, it didn't. That'll go. I actually had some days where I caused myself a lot of flares, a lot of symptom flares. Not crashes, I haven't crashed in years. Because I vowed to stop having crashes, and that's what's allowed me to, you know, be a human being again to some extent, at least on the live streams and stuff like that. But aripiprazole, if anything, gave me the feeling that I had energy that maybe I didn't really have to spend, but I felt like there was like a middle ground. Where some of the energy was real and some of it wasn't. That was my belief. And now I guess I'm finally putting those suppositions to the test here. I might die because we're getting so low. 3.7, it has a low floor. Just usually don't run into it. God damn it. Well, we've lost the time we could have saved. Yep, and now it's just incredible. Now we're just trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing wrong on 3.9. Alright, that's not good. I mean, it would work, but it's not good. Again, these would all work, but they're not good. That's good. This is not good, but it's, you know, it goes. I would take it. Okay. I was definitely flirting. Okay, the thing is, I guess maybe I'm just getting closer than I was. I don't feel exactly like I know what I'm doing differently that's working that wasn't working in the first place, but okay, whatever. So, yesterday I needed to make some more aripiprazole. I needed to do my titration, and, you know, make a low-dose version, which, you know, you just dissolve it in water, and it's mainly, like, the most work goes into cleaning all the, you know, being a chemist, pretending like you're a chemist and cleaning everything, and, you know, rinsing things with alcohol and whatnot. That's the main time and energy sink. But the aripiprazole pills actually dissolve super easily in water. You just leave them, if you leave them sit there for about 2 minutes, they'll probably dissolve fully. But I do it in a mortar and pestle anyway. It just feels right to actually try and work them down. And then also the transfer. Really? Neither of them. Neither went. Okay, game. The transferring is a thing, so that you don't lose the active ingredient on the walls of your beakers. I'm not lying either. 50 milliliter graduated beakers. But so I just didn't make any. And my main reason for not making any, like the thing that's forcing me, or that's put me into a position where I want to try and see if I don't actually need these this aripiprazole, is that it's the only drug that I can't get without a doctor, without having to see a doctor in person. That's not strictly speaking true. I take dicyclamine for IBS that comes with ME/CFS, but I take so little of it that the prescriptions that I've had, I have been going through them for ages now, and I think I'm nowhere near needing a refill still. Because I take like 1/4 of the dose that I used to need. I now just take one every other day. So I've got that. My other drugs are like ibuprofen and acetaminophen and famotidine, which is Pepsid. Just stuff you can actually get retail over the counter. That's fine, I will take that every time. And then here we actually do this, because it's just consistent and it's fast. You know, there's no need to go for the uber fast method when the pretty damned fast method will work just fine for me. Aripiprazole is the only drug that I can't get without having to go and see a doctor in person, and I try and avoid doctors. They are, you know, they're usually who you see before you die, so there's that. They're just killing everybody that they touch. No, doctors are just not that useful for my disease. They don't know, like this generation of doctors does not know anything about myalgic encephalomyelitis, because they were literally taught that it was a, you know, they were either taught nothing about it, because it was not respected as a real disease. It was considered psychosomatic in your head. You know, bullshit for 40 years by the CDC, until they acknowledged, oh, no, maybe we just made that up. Maybe we were just being, you know, ableist cucks. I don't know. Maybe we just, you know, fucked an entire group of disabled people over for half a century, so we're just gonna quietly in the night change our public stance on this disease without an apology or anything. But so basically doctors either don't know anything about it, or what they know about, what they think they know about it, is that it's in your head. And a lot of the reason why it, you know, was given that identifier is because a lot of the symptoms do cross over with things like, you know, you get panic attacks and whatnot in this disease because of hormonal dysregulation. So it's not, you know, there's neurological inflammation that's causing a lot of things that look like, you know, anxiety-driven psychosomatic, you know, kind of disease. And so there is some scientific justification for why people would have been making these wrong and nonsensical assumptions about the disease for all that time, but they really didn't need to give it the name chronic fatigue syndrome, and they didn't need to internally call it yuppie burnout syndrome. That kind of tells the whole story of how seriously the CDC and the NIH and all of the medical industry has treated our disease for all these years. I'm just going to run it and take out a sub 12 for running it. I'm just going to complain about a sub 12 for running it. So I don't like to see doctors. They are a waste of my limited energy with this disease. That's the nature of the disease. It's an energy disease. We don't have our mitochondria. The mitochondria of the cells do not produce energy at... Fuck. Do not produce ATP, which is the energy currency of the mitochondria at the cellular level, at a healthy rate. The rate is mathematically estimated to be about 43% of the typical amount of energy is produced by the cells of a patient with ME/CFS. So, I literally don't have the energy. It's not just like a phraseology or, it's not a turn of phrase here to say, I don't have the energy to deal with these people. No, I literally don't. And every time that I leave the house, there is a several day afterward cost to having done that. So I have been housebound and mostly bedridden for the past, honestly, 5 years, when you think about it. The only times that I do leave the house are when I have to go to these doctor's appointments. And I did as much, of the bullshit as I could do as an ME patient while I was filing for Social Security disability. I had the, I went to the hospital for the MRI and the CAT scan and the chest x-rays and the head x-rays and I did, what's the other one? I had an EKG and an EMG. I had the one where they stick like a needle deep into your foot and electrify it to see if, you've got neuropathy. Which is, one of the most painful tests that they've got. Hey, we're gonna stick a needle deep into your foot and basically send electricity directly into your nerve, your nerve endings in your foot. Have fun. So the pain of doing a test like that is also energy that gets consumed to be in that level of pain. I don't have that to spend, and I spent it trying to do as much as I could to perform my disease. That's what's necessary in America. If you're going to get help from the federal government for your disease, you have to perform it for them. It's definitely not discrimination on the basis of disability when they make you perform your disease. I did all of the things that I could do. I took all of the tests that I could take, and did a lot of suffering as a result of trying to take those tests. And the Social Security Administration still decided that I don't have, that they said that I should have been working when I was literally on the floor for 3 months, unable to draw a complete breath. That at a time when I was pretty much a vegetable, I described myself as a vegetable at that time, because I was so raw, neurologically, I couldn't tolerate anything. I couldn't, watch a YouTube video, I couldn't listen to a song, I couldn't have another person in the room with me. And the Social Security Disability Insurance, or the Social Security Administration's opinion, is that I should have been doing bench work in a factory where I can sit down and assemble something. They think the problem is I just need to be able to sit down. I've been in this bed for all these years, because if I sit upright, it's the same as if I were standing. And I've only got about 8 to 12 minutes of being on my feet before my symptoms start to kick in, and those symptoms are not like, you know, a problem right now and I just need to get off my feet. They are... fuck. The symptoms are things that issues that I will have for the next day or 3, is what we're talking about with MECFS. It's called post-exertional symptoms. Post-exertional symptom exacerbation, I think is what it's really called, PESE. They try to name it post-exertional malaise. We use, you know, there's so many, like, little terms that they gave people with this disease to try and make it sound like it's nothing. Chronic fatigue syndrome, post-exertional malaise. Yeah, no. My brain is inflamed because the cells of my brain cannot produce the energy at the rate that is necessary in order to, you know, cover the cost, the expense of these activities, these intellectual activities. Forget uprightness. Oh yeah, here's another aspect of it. Most people with MECFS, when you give them a tilt table test, if you watch the blood flow through the carotid and vertebral arteries, I'm a fucking scientist now because I have this disease, and the doctors don't know anything about it, so you gotta be your own scientist. If you watch the blood flow through the carotid and vertebral arteries, which is basically the coming and going of the blood to the skull, to the brain, to the head from the heart, if you watch that while you give someone a tilt table test in this disease, what you will find is that they have as little as... shit, I can't remember the numbers. Yeah, baby, look at this. We have, I feel like it's 30-something% the amount of blood flowing to the brain after just a few minutes on our feet. Oh my god! I golded 7-8 there. Because I wasn't thinking about it, I was jawing on about MECFS. Let's keep doing it. Since it's helped me get good times. Oh, all skill, no luck. So yeah, I did all of the things that I could possibly do to try and prove my disease to the federal government, and they decided that I should have been. So basically, doctors are a waste of my time. They are a waste of my my precious energy. Look at that. That was beautiful. Shit. You can get through the cannons there sometimes, so I was really, like, just saying, fuck it, we'll give it a try. And the big one. Nope. Maybe. Nope. Yes. But I gotta steer it. Okay, we're over. God damn it. Oh my god! Do you see the speed that I got off this launch? Look at this. Come on. I'm trying to, like, do the turn of the mouse more slowly, because that's my big problem, is not being able to turn the mouse with the handshake that I get because I've got MECFS. So anyway, you know, some recent-ish studies showed that aripiprazole and some, like, individual reports, too, from important people in the community. There's a fella named Whitney, who, for a long time there, was considered the #1 the person with the worst case of myalgic encephalomyelitis in the world. They've had to have like a stomach tube inserted because they don't have the energy to eat and stuff like that. So Whitney, and I can't remember his last name, but he got a lot of function back that he didn't have when he got onto aripiprazole, low-dose aripiprazole. So that was a big part, and he was part of a study. Obviously, it wasn't just him trying shit. It's not really as though the victims of this disease are just trying shit on their own. Whitney's father is the #1 doctor in the country who's actually working on this disease and you know, bringing together people from different fields to actually try and come up with treatments and whatnot. DeVoe? Something like that? Whitney Defoe, I think. Whitney Defoe. I wasn't supposed to... Uh-oh. Yeah, no, I gotta reset that. Okay. Like this. Just hold, and now we can steer a little, land it, and run it. Uh-oh. Oh! That was so sketch. Come on. Ah, that could have been gold. It was so close to, you know, it's just, it was at the right height and everything. That 910 could have been gold. But so I gave, aripiprazole a try on the basis of, you know, some research and some in-community reports of effectiveness. And I've been taking it for months now, and I'm at the bottom of my first bottle. In fact, that probably means I've been taking it for like half a year. Because I have been taking each pill and dissolving it into a smaller dose and then taking with a dropper, you know, some amount of it, and I've still got a bunch left. But so now I'm trying to come off of it to see if it's, you know, if it's actually done anything for me. It has lived in this place where it's like, I think it's giving me more energy, but I don't know. And I come off of it, and my immediate experience is I feel a little bit more tired waking up in the mornings. That's not a big, you know, it's not a big thing yet, but we'll see. I may mix up a batch and take it like every other day so as to not stop cold turkey kind of a thing. But if I can get to the, like, this is just pathetic that this is the place that it has to be for someone who's got a disability like this. I just need for the medical industry to provide me, as a disabled person who is housebound and bedridden, access to medicine without me having to, like, go into the doctor's office. And I'm not saying send a doctor to my house. I'm saying just let me fucking call in. It's not a, you know, you want to take my fucking blood pressure? I got a blood pressure cuff. You want to, you know, I know that means that it's not quite as, like you don't get to listen to the breath and all that kind of stuff. I get it. I get that there's insurance reasons. Have me sign a fucking form and say, I'm okay with this. Accommodate my disability like you're supposed to fucking do. And if you don't, it's discrimination on the basis of disability. But the medical industry is not set up for this. It just wants people to be, you come into the doctor and we do things at the doctor and that's it. Even though the entire world now is running on, you know, post-COVID is running on fucking Zoom calls still. You can't do medicine in a way where, you know, we can just do it by telephony. You have to come in on the first visit, basically. And you have to come in once every X number of months, probably as a thing for them to fulfill their insurance obligations or something. And so because of capitalism, and because it's just inconvenient for them to, like, go to their insurance company and say, we need to make an exception, due to inconvenience, I am asked to do something that causes me medical harm. The doctors want me to do medical harm to myself in order to fulfill their capitalistic obligations. So I don't fucks with doctors. because they're a waste to me. They are a useless fucking breed of ego-ridden pieces of shit who do not accommodate the needs of their, you know, differently abled patients. And that's just a broad generalism that has been true with everybody that I've interacted with, the good ones and the bad ones, when it comes down to, like, I need you to do something that's out of your usual routine to accommodate my disability. It's like, I don't know. It just doesn't happen. So I avoid the motherfuckers, and, you know, what you're listening to is somebody saying, I have, you know, I'm on a certain medicine, I'm on it for a reason. There was good reason to try it, and it wasn't causing me any harm, but because of the difficulty of getting access to it, I'm trying to stop it. And I'm risking seeing, you know, that I'll get worse because I stopped one of my medications. And why am I stopping it? Because the doctors are hard to fucking deal with. Because I can't. And the thing is, like, I can get my low-dose naltrexone over the fucking internet. I can get low-dose naltrexone from, there's a site called Ageless RX. And you can just get it's a prescription medication. It needs a doctor's, you know, authorization in order to get it. You can just get it. Because Ageless RX provides the doctor. Who, you know, you can just write a note. You can, you know, write why you're taking it or that you're already taking it, kind of a thing. And because the medications that they sell on Ageless RX are so generically, like, unproblematic, they don't usually cause issues for anybody taking them. You can just get the medication. You know, the doctor approves it because what's the worst thing that'll happen is it's not going to do anything for you. And that's what's the worst thing that'll happen. Oh, look at this. Oh, why'd you do that? Because I was feeling it from the first one, so I'm like, I'll try for this one too. Shouldn't do that. But so yeah, I'm off my aripiprazole. And we'll see how that goes. So far, it has made me complain on my live stream about being off my aripiprazole. So, you know, these symptoms are compounding. That's something that's going on in my life. While we're trying to fill the dead air as I live stream, we talked about. What's been going on with your life? Did the Cincinnati tomatoes beat the Philadelphia cucumbers? What? I don't even know who's in it. I don't know nothing about nothing. I just don't follow football. It's, you know, when I watch it, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. American football. Okay. Well, fuck me. I think we reset. It's a long level. It's like an 8-second timeline. I don't want to do that. Exiting. Fuck. I need to start setting some standards here. You know, we did a warm-up run. Was our last run. But I need to have some reasonable standards for these runs at this point. Look at that. Pulled back a little. It wasn't anything to write home about, and then 1-2 sucked. I need to have some standards for these runs. Doesn't have to be, you know, everything that it could be, but it's got to be something worth running on. Start getting, you know, a big part of getting a good PB is what's called reset discipline. Just understanding when, at this point, you would need a couple of small miracles in order to, like, catch back up and be able to PB off of it, and it's not worth your time. Just reset and get on a run that doesn't require miracles. Wow, 2 in a row. Congratulations. Congratulations. Seattle Seahawks. Are you fucking kidding me? Versus New England Patriots. Alright. Well, is Brady still with the Patriots? He can't be, right? Man's got to be in his 50s now, or approaching his 50s. The Seahawks just sounds crazy to me. Yeah, Tom Brady is no longer with the Patriots, but I guess it was always a good outfit. They weren't just relying on, like, that's a name that I can justify hearing in a Super Bowl kind of a thing. But the Seahawks, it's like they might have been kicking ass and taking names for the past 12 years. They've been a contender, but it's just all I know is from my youth, my dad watching sports, and also just, you know, what you hear in general on the TV, right? Which doesn't really, like, doesn't exist the way that it existed for my sort of latchkey generation of kids. The things you hear on late night television, on comedy and stuff like that, you know who's relevant. You used to know who's relevant just by what you'd overhear. And so the Seahawks, it doesn't feel like, you know, they've ever been relevant in my world. But like I say, my world stopped being relevant to modern culture and the modern way of things, the modern zeitgeist, quite a while ago. So what I used to know about these sports teams and whatnot has been out of date for over a decade at this point. Easily over a decade. Detroit Lions had a bad year this season. Yeah, no, that's always been true. Detroit. I thought you were making a joke there. The Detroit Lions have had a bad year this decade is really what the phrase usually is. I think we did start to have some good stuff, right? I feel like I was hearing some positive Lions buzz a couple of years back. We got a coach in who people were talking about and saying, like, hey, it looks like we got a coach who's less about trying to convince people that he's doing good when he's not, and who's more interested in doing good. I heard these things, you know, but the Lions have been a very... And I like that. I like the underdog kind of thing of the Lions for a while now. Here, you know, one of my a really good movie that I keep coming back to. It's just I like it. Is Major League. Major League is a really good movie. I don't know if Major League 2 is or not. I haven't looked at the sequels in a while, but boy, that first movie, Major League, is solid. That's cool stuff. It's well told. It's got Randy Newman music in it. It's got Bob Uecker as a character in the movie. Like, what more do you want from a movie like that? From a sports movie. I can also appreciate the, although it's not as good, it's not like as universally enjoyable, but I can also appreciate, what's the one? It's from the way back. Boy, I can't remember the... Magnum P.I. Who's Magnum P.I.? He's a baseball player who gets traded to, the Japanese League. That's a fun one. But it's got a lot of, it's slow in parts. Tom Selleck. Yeah, Tom Selleck was in a baseball movie, you know, 30, 40 years ago, probably. Where he gets busted down to Japanese baseball. Mr. Baseball. Mr. Baseball. Yeah. Why did the Japanese have an Italian accent there? Mr. Baseball. But Mr. Baseball's a fun one. I like the culture, the clash of the cultures and stuff. But it's definitely slower. It's not as comedic. It's not, you know... it's got some really good lines in it, though. Some really, like, inside sports kind of stuff. Like, at the beginning of the movie, when he's getting busted down, I'm not supposed to do that. And they're telling him you've been traded to, you know, a Japanese team or something like that. And he's arguing for, what are you talking about? How could you trade me? He's like, he says something like, I led the league in second base conversions in a 7th inning. Like, his incredibly specific statistic thing is fucking hilarious because people do that in baseball. Like, you just incredibly specific statistics where it's like, he's been leading the lead in 7th inning conversions when 2 basemen are, you know. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? But they do that in baseball. They make up statistics. Yeah. And you can make just about anyone sound good with them. Yeah, I ran out of... I just didn't have the speed there, so... it's the best way I could convert that. Look at that one. That's fast, and good arc, and everything. I went out early this time. I usually go out between the 2 buildings. This time I went out early, and because of it, I don't have to fuck around with the first truck, I think. There we go. Look at that. Very nice. Wow, I was 11 seconds ahead, and I'm still doing good? Alright. Shouldn't have looked. Shouldn't have looked. But yeah, I don't follow Sportsball. I don't follow any sports. I do, that's a lie. Well, no, it's not a lie, because I don't even follow chess. I like chess. I'm a fan of chess the way that people are fans of, you know, sports. But I still don't follow, like, the players. I don't follow what would be the teams for sports. I don't give a fuck about no Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura. I just like the game and like seeing people play the game and like seeing interesting games and stuff like that. The cult of personality, the, you know, my team versus your team kind of shit. No, I got no horses, no dogs in that race. Just don't care. So even in the sports that I do, you know, follow, I don't follow them that way, and I think that's why I don't have much interest in professional sports, is because it has always been presented to me in that format. It's always been like, the way that you enjoy sports in America is supposed to be that you know, pick your team and you pick your guys and you follow their careers, and it's a very sycophantic kind of relationship that you're supposed to have with sports according to the sporting culture of America. And it just doesn't make sense to me. It never felt like a thing to do in my book. And so I feel like sports kind of kept me out of them, even though when I was a kid, I played, you know, soccer. I was incredibly good at soccer. I'm pigeon-toed, which means the toes of my feet turn inward instead of outward. Most people have a, you know, gait, their step of their legs means that the tips of your toes turn out from your center of your body, right? I'm pigeon-toed by just by birth. I think it was actually, get this, I'm a Zen monk, right? Or I was a Zen monk. They said that the reason why I have this twist to my legs is that I was sitting in a lotus position in my mother's, you know, in the womb for several months. I was sitting in a lotus position, and I had no Buddhist anything. I had no awareness that Zen and Buddhism, like what these things really were, that they existed in the way that they do, until into my late 20s. So it didn't mean anything to me until literally just now. When I was saying that and making the realization, oh yeah, they did say that. That was always one of my mother's stories about her pregnancy with me. is that the reason why I'm pigeon-toed is because I was sitting, it wasn't in a lotus position, it was Indian, cross-legged Indian style is how it was always told to me, and it just occurred to me that, yeah. So, Buddhism and Zen, it's reincarnation and stuff like that. Another gold there? Are you kidding me? Alright, this is gonna be bad. All skill, no luck. I didn't get the jump that I want out of here. It's fine, we'll just wait. Okay. But yeah, that's crazy to think that, oh yeah, that's why I'm pigeon-toed. Anyway, the reason why I was saying that I'm pigeon-toed in the first place was that I was incredibly good at soccer because pigeon-toed people are just like, it is a huge benefit to controlling the ball if you are pigeon-toed. The flattest part of your foot is just so easy to get on the ball when you don't have to, like, counteract the twist of your, the way that your feet come together, goddammit. Second try? No, I don't think that goes. It was close. This one's close too, but it doesn't. This one goes. No, it doesn't. Fuck! Oh, man. That doesn't. The whole run lost to... Uh-oh. Okay, the whole run lost to 8-7. That is how it goes, really. All of that time save. That's what 8-7's known for. It's a trick that either is working with you or it isn't. Just get me out. Here we go. I gotta figure out 8-10 so I don't have to take 3 attempts every fucking time. It's so high, I don't think I can make it because it's so slow. I'm gonna just touch down, get on the outside, and then lev it in. I still want a decent time out of here, I'm not gonna PB or anything. But I would love to get a sub 14. Jesus Christ, step down the truck. Oh my god. I'm giving away that sub 14. Okay. I like the way that this is starting. Good. Got the whole throw here. Now up the hill, right? Okay, we're gonna touch down. Let's get this. First try! First try! Every time. First try every time. That's really good that it took 3 tries, but look at this, just goes straight to goal. The speed that you get on that one. Get a lot back of what we lost just by it being as fast as it was. And this one, do not steer. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh! God damn it. There's the run. This is the kind of speed that we needed in the first place. Okay. There's the run. And now we got nothing. There you go. Fuck. That was my sub 14. Beautiful. So, one level cost me 30 fucking seconds. 9 goddamn 9. So let's go look at 9, goddamned 9. And you just do this. It's a, you know, you gotta like do this one based on how it comes to you. And I just accepted like I accepted a throw that was not good enough. It was too slow, it was too low, and I should have reset. But I was, literally because I was trying to keep the time that I'd earned, I was like, it's gonna be faster if I don't reset. Even though it's so slow, all I gotta do is walk it out, but because I was struggling against it the whole time, I didn't have the speed, I didn't have the lev, I didn't have anything left that I needed. Damn. Okay. This goes. You see how we start this one out just holding spacebar? Damn it. I can always just turn around and do this too. That would have been my... That's the backup that I'd never do that. That's what I should have done. Is I should have seen that, oh, I've got a shitty one here. Like, oh fuck, I've gotten stopped by it. So then just do this. Get the speed back by doing another one of those and lev it in. That's how, if it doesn't come in, that's how I need to deal with that. And then I've got a backup plan for everything that could happen. Obviously, you're looking for something that's more like this. Keep the speed, you run like a bastard. You're exiting in 15 seconds, but if it's coming bad on you, like this one, this is pretty bad. Like, okay, since it's bad, let's just take another hit and guarantee that it goes in. Is it a 5-second time loss? Sure is. We'll make it up by doing this. Yeah, Dongyan was actually saying for fails when I hit my face on a truck, I just pause bouncing. That's the thing, is like you come from an entirely new generation of speedrunners, and some of the stuff is just like, it's not even on our radar if you've been running this for, you know, for all these years, because you've already got 36 different backups in your head for different scenarios, and so you just don't reach for these new tools when you're in the weeds. When you're in the weeds, that's where you rely on the stuff that you know works, and so your brain automatically goes to a place where it's like, okay, here's the shit that I've, you know, gotten away with in the past. And it's definitely not, it doesn't reach for any, oh, pause bounces, what? But we are crushing it here in terms of, like, I'm entering the late game with 10-12 seconds of time save. We're going all the way to the end of the game, green. And then, you know, that's late game constitutes most of the game. This, the first 6 worlds are half of the run, and the last 3 worlds are the other half of the run. So it's fair enough to have almost all of your, like, good runs are going to fall apart in 7 to 9. I mean, they're not good runs unless you get to 7 to 9, so all of your good runs are going to fall apart in 7 to 9. But I do feel like sci-fi is pretty much a gimme now, except for maybe the 7-8, that one big trick. But the way that I'm playing Sci-Fi World, even though it's slow, I'm not doing any of the PTBs, you know, and I'm even running 7.2 instead of bothering with, like, the turnaround on 7.2, because I know that, you know, if I do it well, it's almost like a challenge to me, because you can do, just with good movement through 7.2, you can do a no utility strat through 7.2 and come out with a 10-4 is not too hard to get. 10-6 is very gettable. Whereas if you fail the PTB once, then you're losing time over if you just run it. You could have just jumped off to the left and floated in without even bothering to run the level, and you would have gotten an 11. If you miss it once, and then with the pause bounce, and the setup for another pause bounce. Jesus fucking Christ, let me out of the first 4 fucking levels! I got a lot of game ahead of me to play, and this is goddamn ridiculous. Holy fucking shit, dick, balls, tits. Fuck! I need more curse words, and I almost said one of them. Jesus Christ. Let me play the fucking game, huh? I can't have this many pause bounces that just aren't, you know, doing anything. That just, you just clicked pause twice. Why'd you do that? And then bounces like that. So now what I'm trying to do is look lower, because all my bounces were just not happening. So I'm like changing how I was bouncing. So now I'm getting either no bounce, or I'm getting a massive slow-ass fucking bounce into the air that isn't going anywhere. This is great. Love this shit. Welcome to fucking Clustertruck speedrunning. Go more to the edge. The edge doesn't fucking matter for these methods. I'll go more to the edge, but it, like, the edge is not why I was not getting... Like, if I'm in the middle, then there's more likelihood that I will hit a jump. That I will hit something. And I wasn't hitting anything. I was pausing twice and exiting back into the game and nothing happened. Going to the edge just increases the likelihood that that will happen. Because if the truck is turning into you while you're going to that edge, then your mouse cursor isn't even on the truck when you fucking do it. It's just one of those things where it's like you've gotta... It's muscle memory shit. You know, everything's down to just how does it feel? And you get out of, like, whatever your habit is, and you don't know that you got out of whatever your habit is. And you don't understand your habit because it's muscle memory shit. It's not intellectual. It's just... You just do it. And then it just stops working for some reason. You're either out of time... or you're walking off the fronts of the fucking truck, or you're aiming at a place that doesn't work anymore, or you get a 1-9 where it's so fucking slow and you've already had 2 losses that you have to reset and you can't get out of Desert World for a fucking half an hour. Oh my fucking god. And this goddamn motherfucking cord, every goddamn motherfucking live stream, I have to pull slack on it again. How does it get tight again? Ah! Sick of the whole fucking world right now. Every fucking live stream, this cord it's gotten tight again, and I have to every time. How is that possible? I made slack 3 days ago. And it fucking tighten up again! Maybe I need to take the antipsychotic, I don't know. I've been living with that fucking cord and not saying anything about it for months of my life. For years of my life! But every time it happens, I'm like, what the fuck? What? How? How did you get tight? I just pulled you fucking clear! 72 hours ago. Start thinking you're living in the fucking Truman Show and people are fucking with you or something like that, because it's just like, what is the physics behind that? How do I pull this cord and get slack on it, and then by the time, the next time that I live stream, I'm fucking pulling on the same cord to try and get the same slack every fucking week. It's just not possible. It would seem, you'd think. Alright, because of that, I'm gonna go for this. Yeah, and see, that's why we don't. Did you see a little shimmy back and forth on my hand? It's just one more chance for the neurological issues that I deal with to get in the way if I bother with 1-6. It works for me, I don't know. Oh, you're so close
Tier
to
10,
being
you can
banned,
take
Tanya.
the red pill or the blue pill.
Yeah, exactly. Like, am I in the fucking Matrix? Are people, you know, is there a system that's just here to aggravate me in order to make more power for the, That was the stupidest fucking premise of the new Matrix movie. You know, actually, we've got bots in the new Matrix. Ah, fuck, I was supposed to, I need to come off the downward angle. Yeah, as a matter of fact, you know what? The more that I think about that, we're just gonna go ahead and give you a little timeout there, Danyan, for that. That's a punishable offense in any live streaming scenario for someone to say, I don't know, works for me. Like, you need to be, like, Kappa needs to be following that up. So you timed out for, like, I don't know, 5 minutes or something like that. But that's like, what are you, not a fucking speedrunner? Are you just pretending? Huh? You don't understand this? I don't know. Never happens to me. I never get into a serious... I could go on to the Clustertruck server, scroll up, and find you complaining about the inability to get out of a certain level for a little while. You know, all of the fucking shit. I don't know. Works for me. Go fuck yourself, you piece of shit, is the response to that. And you need to get your fucking head straight as a speedrunner, you know. Jesus Christ. That's Wolfie used to pull that shit, and it's like a symbol that you're getting a little bit too fucking big for your britches there. Let's say shit like, I don't know, works for me, it's consistent for me. And it's like, no, it's not, because if it is, you're fucking cheating, because the trucks don't appear in those. It's just ego is all it is. I don't know, works for me. Yeah, get your fucking brain straight there. You're you know, I'm important, I'm a big man now bullshit. Also, you know, remember, I'm off my antipsychotic. It's technically an antipsychotic. I don't... The mechanic by which it functions, the aripiprazole, the low-dose aripiprazole, is supposed to have nothing to do with, you know, it's about like dopamine and serotonin, so I guess it does, but it's balances and trying to re-regulate your neurotransmitters. Which is also what the low-dose naltrexone... I'm pretty sure the low-dose naltrexone, like, basically, there's not been enough research into the mechanics of this stuff in order for anybody to say with confidence what's going on. But that doesn't stop people from taking their little fucking guesses. And, my little fucking guess. The difference is, like, I'm not a doctor taking my little fucking guesses. And when doctors take their little fucking guesses, it's a little bit more of a, hey, why don't you shut the fuck up until you know, mister, I'm supposed to be a scientist. But my LDN thing is, it's about inflammation.
You can take the happy pill or the murder pill.
Happy pill or the what? Murder pill. I mean, what the world needs now is a little bit of murder. Of the right folks, though. We've got a fair bit of murder in the streets and whatnot. It's not because I'm off of my antipsychotic medication that I'm saying, you know, boy, somebody needs to start shooting back at the right people. You know this. You know I've been saying stuff like this for years. I understand why, you know, that it's a fear game, and that when you get, like, ICE in the streets killing people in your community, you protest peacefully, because you've got a man in the White House who's just begging for an excuse, who's already misusing the police state authorities that are available to him. And he's begging for a reason to deploy the National Guard against the people of the United States of America as well. Oh, thank you. Finally, a first try 3-9 on splits that did not get it, which should mean, like, big time save. Yeah. Save 6-7 seconds there. 7.5. Whoa! I'm shaving with the laser tracer. So I get that there's, like, a big part of why we don't see an active, like, violent resistance to this stuff is because you don't want to... Wow! What did I get? I don't know. You don't want to give them, you know, the same reason that Nixon used to roll out the National Guard against college students and whatnot. 4 dead in Ohio. You don't want to... Yes! But, I don't know. I feel like I should at least hear people talking the talk, if you're not going to walk the walk, right? It's really frustrating when nobody's doing what needs to be done, but they're also not saying what needs to be done. At least, you know, we should be defending our communities and our country and our constitution and our rights from violent assaults on those rights and from on our neighborhoods and all that kind of... We should be meeting violence with violence, okay? I know that the people are, oh, but then you're as bad as the... Fuck you. It matters why you're doing violence. If somebody's coming at you with a knife and you pull a knife in order to defend yourself, it is a different circumstance and reality, both at the court level as well as just the moral and philosophical level, for you to defend yourself. When someone is coming at the people you love with guns and with weapons and with violence, and you meet them at the level of violence that they have started up, that is morally and ethically, you are not on the same level as the person who started the shit. We all know that if you see 2 kids in a fucking, schoolyard, and one of them's a, 180-pound 18-year-old, and one of them's an 11-year-old, 60 pounds soaking wet, and the 18-year, the big kid's beating the shit out of the little kid. One of the, like, if the little kid kicks the big kid in the nuts and starts to win that fight, you cheer. You go, all right, yeah, fuck him up. He had no right in the first place. And I'm just so sick of this fucking, like, people having been programmed with the ideal that, like, you need to not defend yourself. We've got so much media that tells people that the only people who you don't kill, you'll watch a movie and the good guys will kill, like, the bad guys will kill people, the good guys will then kill, like, dozens of the bad guys, staff or whatever, on their road to getting to the main bad guy, and then so often the movie ends with, like, them sparing the main bad guy who just sent all of these people to their deaths that you killed along the way. Now you get to them, but you let them go, because it would be immoral of you to, take down the guy at the top of the fucking thing who created the problem and sent, the stormtroopers to your fucking door. No, actually. That would have saved so many lives if you just would have sniped that one motherfucker. Like, this is... I'm so sick of living in a world where they've managed to, like, I don't know, trap people into believing these nonsensical ethics. Like, do you think that it's not your fault if you're in the room with the guy who's the problem and you don't take him down? Like, if you're, as I've said many times in the past, if you're in a room alone with Hitler in 1935 and you do nothing, you're responsible for 6 million genocide deaths. and a lot more, deaths that weren't just the genocide as well. There's so much that you could have stopped, could have prevented, could have done something about, but you didn't. And I say that to be like, just to try and, like, spark up the ember of morality that has to, you know, exist, and just pure fucking logic that has to exist beneath, you know, the years of being trained to be a good little fucking pony, a good little citizen, to be a good little tool of the state, a good little ward of, just be exactly, live in the space that we told you to live in, get the education we told you to get, work in the jobs we told you to work, and then when you get to retirement, maybe we'll let you. Maybe. It depends what generation you're part of, whether the stock market's do, whether the investor class is feeling like being generous at that particular moment. Maybe. Well, if you just play your entire life along with this set of rules that are against your interests, okay? Then maybe at the end of the day, you might get something out of it, huh? Fair, right? Fair. Wow, I almost hit my head there. You know, there's absolutely, it is a virtue to not meet an act of violence with an act of violence. It is virtuous to turn the other cheek. Here's the thing. You have two cheeks. When you're out of cheeks, it's time to ball your fucking fist. Okay? The saying goes, in Buddhism, even the Buddha will fuck you up if you smack his face 3 times. And that's not exactly how it goes. It's not exactly the language, but it's close. Even the Buddha, you smack him 3 times, is gonna knock your fucking block off. You know, there's just, it's a reality. It's a, hey, we're also, you know, you can't live in a kind of a moral vacuum where you've got a set of principles that disacknowledge the existence of the reality that you live in. Your moral principles have to describe the reality and define how you react, not deny the reality and define how you react. And that's why I'm a big fan of the Black Panthers and organizations that are willing to, if nothing else, stand, you know... okay. If nothing else, stand out in the street, holding the same kind of weapons that are being pointed at them, and just say, you know, if you bring him to us, we'll bring him to you. Just insinuate that there will be consequences. I don't know if you could see the problem in my hand there or not. This is this world. And then I try and think the hell out of it to try and like compensate for it, and it doesn't help. I'm gonna pay a lot of attention here, because we were on good time. On decent time, anyway. That's it. Second try. And it's a fast one, too. Oh my god. This one's a goer. But I do have to keep it between the... Yep. Between the rings. Wow. Now let me go. Out to the left a little bit. Excellent. Whoa. Okay. Guess I'm landing it and... No! Fucking eat shit and die! The fucking terrain on this level! Every fucking thing in this world, those spikes have a massive fucking hitbox that does not match at all their visual. Most of Hell's design in this game is harder because it's lying. It's harder because it's worse designed. Damn it. I knew that I missed that. I don't trust it to get there. And I want to clear it. Uh-oh. Both of those trucks just jumped away from where I was trying to land them. I was relying on one of them to be there when I got there. Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck you. And this didn't work. Can I... Nope. Wow. Just the hell of backups. Look at that. In first try 9-7, huge. Unfortunately, a little bit too huge. But still incredibly good time for a 9-7. First try like that? Hells yeah. Alright, we get to come into 9-9 and, you know, have learned something. This is fine, I think. Okay. So, since I got my speed stolen, we'll just turn around and hit it. And walk it out. That's what I need to, like, have as my backup in the future. And a first try 9-10. Goes straight in for another low 14. Haven't managed to get better than low 14 yet. But I have managed to get a low 14. Thousands of henchmen die for the bad guy to come back in a sequel. Yeah. And, you know, there's, you know, it just sounds like, oh, that's just silly, that's just storytelling. No, there's a reason why it's told that way, you know? There's a reason why the king and the queen live on while all of the soldiers die. There's a reason why the stories that we tell, you know, play out this way, and it reinforces a hierarchy, a structure, that tells you that it is immoral. It is okay under certain circumstances for you to defend yourself against forces that are coming at you in the world, but it is immoral to rise up against the tyrant himself. As Shakespeare wrote, you know, let them who, what is it, something... let he who hates not only the tyranny but the tyrant as well stand forth. That is the call that somebody shouts out. And it's inspiring. It should be inspiring to hear somebody say that. Because, you know, if you only ever show your teeth at the tyranny, but not at the one who creates the tyranny, not at the one who sends the fucking stormtroopers to your door. And especially, like, we're talking about situations where, you know, the most of the teeth that you'll show, even to the stormtroopers themselves, is like, you know, it's like, you're not even willing to really show, you know, really defend yourself against the stormtroopers, except to like, shame them, to just make their jobs less convenient, that kind of a thing. Like, violence is a solution, is the summary of what I'm saying here. Violence is a solution to everything. Turn, there is a season. Turn, a season for war. To everything. And it doesn't make you a bad person to be willing to defend from forces that come for you in the night. Not only yourself, but the people that you love, and the things, and the systems, and this is the idea of, like, we built a country, you know? And it's supposed to be a democracy. It's of, by, and for the people is the concept there. And if it ever becomes not of, by, and for the people, it's been stolen from us, and we need to take it back, and you take it back with the same force that you created it. Because guess who stole it from you? The same people who you created it to get away from. What am I doing now? Is this a runnable run? Not anymore, no. Let's kind of looking at live split there to get an idea, and there is a time and a place for everything. And when you've got a president in office who is retrofitting police state agencies, to act as his own private, like, Gestapo, harassing journalists and other law enforcement officers. You know, that's not something that you just protest against, okay? That's something that you hit them where they live. Like, the people who are willing to, who show up to work every day and put on the fucking SWAT uniform and go out into the streets to rip human beings out of their cars and separate, you know, mothers from their children and children from their fathers. These men are not good people. Okay? You don't get to say, listen, I go to church on Sunday, I care for my family, what I do when I go to work doesn't count. That's not actually how this works. Especially when your work is oppressing the community in which you live. If you stay on board once Donald Trump turns your administration, turns your offices into a fucking wannabe SS, you are now a target, and you drew the target on yourself. You're supposed, if you're a good person, to say, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to, you know, and you can either stay in and refuse to do things and let them force them to fire you, or you can walk out. But in either case, you don't end up on the streets still doing that job. And if you don't leave and you don't walk away, then you get whatever's coming for you, because you're the one making it happen. You're taking marching orders, okay? It's called the Nuremberg Defense. After the Nazis lost the war, there were war crimes trials, and in Nuremberg, the Nazi forces attempted in many situations to argue that they were not, look at that, they were not responsible for what they had done during the war because they were just taking orders. It's called the Nuremberg Defense, and it didn't work. They were found guilty because certain orders you need to just not take. And if you take those orders, if you show up for work after you know what's going on at work, after it's clear, you are responsible for what you're doing. You are always responsible for what you're doing. But, you know, certain instances can be overlooked because it wasn't clear what was going on. It was early days. You were staying in to try and fight the corruption that you saw coming, something like that. There are times and places where you can say, okay, well, hey. There is also a point where you are past the pale. You are beyond the pale, as the saying goes. The pale being a stake in the ground that marks a place that you're not supposed to go past. And once you've gone past that pale, you know, the point of no return kind of thing, you've chosen sides. You don't get to pretend like you didn't choose sides. And this is, you know, my philosophy when it comes to this kind of stuff is also why I and all of my friends who think similarly are incredibly disappointed with y'all for having voted for Kamala Harris in the last election. Because you don't get to pretend like it didn't matter, like it doesn't count that you supported a genocide. You don't get to say, well, that part we ignore. We're just going to pretend like that didn't happen. Just like ICE doesn't get to say, listen, I'm just showing up at work and doing the job, but, you know, it's just a job. I'm a good person, you know, I go to church and I pay the bills, I take care of my family, and that's all I'm trying to do. It's the same mentality that sent 98% of American voters to the polls, knowing, you know, and I acknowledge that there are some of you that are just so fucking stupid you were buying the fucking propaganda, the Zionist Israeli state propaganda. But a lot of you went to the polls. 98% of American voters showed up and said, I'm going to pretend like I'm not voting for someone who was just taken pictures during the election year, intentionally taking pictures, standing next to the war criminal Netanyahu, as he and his forces are murdering Muslims at a rate of where children is the #1 amount of people dead. You voted for that. You voted for a woman and a party who, minutes before you voted for them, secured $1 billion more weapons, more missiles and bombs and bullets for Israel, while they were using the last $1 billion batch to murder fucking children. This is in an election year. And, like, you've got, #1, the choice that you're making at that moment, which makes you just immoral. You are an amoral son of a bitch. You don't care as long as you get what you want for you. Okay? And if you're saying to yourself, well, no, actually, I was doing it so as to support the marginalized groups here at home, then Jesus fucking Christ, your ability to trade, like, one marginalized group's fate for another, here's my question to you. Like, how does the math work out such that there are 90,000 Palestinians dead, 150,000 more, casualties of war, 90% of Gaza's infrastructure entirely destroyed? When I say infrastructure, I'm talking about homes. I'm talking about places where people live, places where people work. I'm talking about everything that Palestine had ever built in Gaza is gone. There's nowhere to live. There's no water to drink. Mostly everybody's dead. How does this math work out now? What is it that you were voting for? You were like, okay, well, sure, I'm going to vote for a genocide, but if Harris gets in, what I'm going to get for it in exchange for in my blood bargain, what were you going to get? And what is it that, this Trump administration has done that's worse than a genocide so far? That you're, still trying to justify your choice there by saying, well, look at what Trump's doing. This is what we were trying to prevent by voting for a genocide. There's definitely some horrible shit going on in the United States of America now. I would argue that it's mainly just an exaggeration of the horrible shit that would be going on if the Democrats were in office as well. It's mainly, there's not a huge difference, but there's differences. Make no mistake. And I am, simultaneously saying that there's enough of a Gestapo force here in ICE that, they should be met with violence in the streets, the same violence. So there's definitely shit going on, and it wouldn't have happened if the Democrats were in office. Now, what you gotta do is you gotta put that on the other end of the scale, where what's in the other side of the scale is 90,000 innocent civilians targeted and murdered by the people you were back. Okay? And if you're managing to, somehow disambiguate the American government and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris while they were sitting in the office of the fucking presidency, while they had the highest level of power you can attain, if you're somehow managing to disambiguate that and say, well, we didn't have control over what Israel did, then I apparently need to understand or explain to you how politics works as well. Because, if America says you're done to Israel after they've killed about 12,000 innocent civilians, they're fucking done, okay? The reason why Israel survives as a state at all, surrounded by nations that just want to fucking burn it from the surface of the earth, is because it has such powerful Western allies. And if we tell them, okay, we know that you had to, strike back after Hamas did their thing, we get it, now you're done. If that's the message that America sends to Israel, Israel is fucking done. They pack it up, they do not continue assaulting fucking Gaza the way that they were doing it. There would have been a response. I'm not saying that we could have prevented that the correct people being in power and doing the morally correct thing would have prevented every death in Gaza. Some of that comes out of, Hamas's attack on Israel, which, by the way, is pretty justified. Pretty justified. They're literally a guerrilla ragtag force trying to reclaim their land from, peoples who have stolen it and who have pushed them into an ever smaller corner. Okay, I've done this wrong. On on their own land, pushed them into an ever smaller corner, starved and everything else, taken more and more power away from them off of, you know, some response is just to be that those are your chickens coming home to roost, okay? And they're not like all Israel's chickens, like, they are all Israel's chickens, but some of those chickens were given to them by the UK and by America as Israel's on again, off again. I mean, America is consistently Israel's ally, but at some point the UK decided, this is too much trouble. This is more trouble than it's worth. This is never going to not be a thing that we have to support and keep going. And the UK walked away while America decided to double down and snuck fucking nuclear weapons over to Israel in the middle of the night in the 80s. There is, obviously, the conflicts are deep, and there's a lot of shit, there's a lot of moving parts to them. When it comes down to whether or not you are going to vote for a party and agencies, like individuals, who are morally and materially supporting a genocide, who are standing at the podium of the presidency of the United States of America and trying to recontextualize the murder of children as the right to defend yourself. You know, let's bring this whole thing back around to where we started, because we were talking about the right to defend yourself as, you know, from ICE and from your government and stuff like that. If you voted for someone who was saying Israel has a right to murder children to defend itself, then where are you now? Why aren't you in the streets with an AR-15? Well, you've got ICE, you know, terrorizing communities on behalf of a wannabe dictatorial agent who's managed to squeeze their way in to the presidency while violating all of the oaths that the president has to take on day one to the Constitution and to the people of the United States of America. Where are you now? Where'd that self-defense, that right to defend yourself go? And, of course, the truth is that it was just an excuse so that you could continue to vote the way that you wanted to vote and support the people who you were going to support anyway, while they were doing something that you knew you couldn't morally possibly defend. So you just kind of lied to yourself and accepted the lies that they were telling to you. Where are we going with this now? I don't know. We're just kind of round-robining while I do the live stream, aren't we? But I'm, you know, there's a lot of us out here who are just very disappointed with the amorality, the indecency, the lack of ethics, lack of integrity, the lack of a spine of the American people, and it just keeps being shown in new and different ways, new and unique ways. And, you know, one of them was in supporting a genocide. Another is in all the response to a Gestapo police state being emerged in the United States of America is like protests? Woo, I've done that in the past too. It's a tricky one. There we go. Got it. There wasn't too many tries either. Okay. So we're still on some pretty okay time. Oh, yeah. Look at that. I'm concerned with the flow to the right. I had to steer it a little bit early. I don't like to steer in the middle. You lose a lot of speed, but look at that hit. Nope. Uh-oh. Come on. Okay. Good. Not too many tries for that one either. Okay. I think I should land it, run it out. Just get out hard to the left, because you know the hitboxes are bullshit. Okay, we're on pace for a sub 14, I think. I can't go falling off the fuck, this can't be happening, though. Need to get some of these especially quick if we're trying to sub 14. This isn't quite right, but I think I can make it anyway. No! Yes, okay. I had no idea how high I was to be dropping that truck the way that I did. Okay. This is just time loss. Let's get a really good 9-7. No. No. Damn it. It's all height and stuff. I don't think we can get the sub 14 now. Too many little, 3 seconds here, 4 seconds there kind of issues. Too many little resets like that. Man, hell, the last live stream we were gunning, I was crushing it on hell. This is bad. Just reset. I was crushing it on hell. I was losing it to fucking steampunk. God damn it. And then nothing. The hillside there is the problem. Trying to get a good hit off that hillside is a bit of a RNG nightmare. There's a 4.7 to end it on, and another low 14. Man, trying to break into this sub 14 area. I've gotten the 1401, I've gotten the 1407, the 1420, the 14 this, the 14 that, and of course I've done a 1330 in the past. It's just late game, we can carry time all the way through Ancient, and then you get into late game. And my late game is incredibly strong in this PB. Incredibly strong. Like, I think most of the time to save would be in sci-fi. I did a really good steampunk as well, and hell. In fact, I'll show you where our problem's coming from. If we head over here, and we pull up Clustertruck extensions, and go to late game, this is our problem. You gonna load that? No? Blown away to see this time come in at all, let alone during a full game run. I didn't do any of the sci-fi PTBs, and yet I'm beating out segment grind runs that do. I can only conclude that the consistency of pause bounces paired with a first try 8-7 and a solid second try 9-7 gets her done. Before you go training wild sci-fi portable truck tricks, get your pause bounces locked down and stop waiting off the... What? Stop walking off the front of trucks, will you? That's to myself. So, this is... I don't know why the video doesn't appear in the speedrun.com interface here on my Chromium browser. We have watched videos through Chromium on... This is new. Okay, if I allow ads on this site, then it loads up. But this is my 1330, is the point. Oh my god. Oh my god, allow ads? Oh my god. Stop allowing ads on this site. No. Somebody will have to fix that in coming days, but holy shit. I didn't realize speedrun.com had so many fucking ads It's fine. You put a couple over here, but you're going to put one at the bottom like we're 1992, and I'm connected to the internet through net zero. Fuck you. This is the late game that we're running against. I did sci-fi, steampunk, and hell in 5 minutes and 30 seconds. 5 minutes and 31 seconds. And, you know, I've got second rank in late game, and I wasn't trying for it. I wasn't grinding late game. I wasn't trying to get a good time in late game. I just got this during my run. That's our biggest problem coming into late game. We either need to pick up like 20, 30 seconds to be able to burn in the first 6 worlds by doing, you know, stuff faster there, or I have to, you know, match an incredible late game percent that managed to get a 530 without doing any of the sci-fi tricks. Like this. I don't know how you're supposed to do this, but I have, you know, done it in the past. Before we had... Actually, I think even before we had, like, I've certainly done it. I don't know if I ever brought it to the full game, because, like, this is just pretty fast, if you can do it right, and I didn't. But even recovering and stumbling through it, hey, I'm out in a 17. It could have been a 15 if I would have hit all of the jumps right. Right? I feel like you gotta go from 1 or 2 jumps and then do it. But this is the kind of shit that you have to learn, and it's nasty. And it's also like, it's got to be able to beat this. We're already going number 1, but look at the speed that we don't really have, you know? You got to get a really, if you can get a really good one of these, it goes faster. And then 1, 2, and then just 2, and then we're falling. 11.5. But I'm pretty sure you can beat it. Tap, then hold, then do 2 levs. God, that's so much, like, so many movements, right? Tap. So tap. Wait, tap. 2 levs. And then something like that. This is how it used to be done. This isn't actually better than a pause bounce right now, but that's how you used to have to do it. Just to get the 11-2. Try and beat this. 2 levs. And you've got this momentum, too, is a bit of a problem. So your momentum is going into the wall. You have to throw a truck in a way that bounces you so that you don't just bounce into that wall like this. And my biggest problem with all of this is that these walls in sci-fi are just these nasty gradients. They're just gradient. There's nothing really in front of me except the edge of the wall to tell me where I am in reference to the wall. That's the kind of speed that you have to get here. And it has to be going in the right direction. So we got the speed, but not the direction. There you go. 8.2. Instead of 11.5. This is the kind of stuff that you do in sci-fi in order to get, you know, a really good time. I've got a 5:31 and I didn't do any of that. But yeah, this is my biggest problem. It's okay, how close am I to this wall right now? You tell me. Tell me, how close am I to the wall? How close? Am I 9 meters away, or am I right against it? Huh? Am I just... This is sci-fi. This is what sci-fi fucking looks like. But, if you can get it... I mean, this doesn't really outdo... Yeah, it doesn't even complete. Now, especially in the world where we have an alternative to this that's like 1,000 times more consistent. Now it's really hard to justify this stuff. This is one, however, that you could, you know, do a PPTB on, and if you got it right, might even help because of the distance there. There you go. I got one. Same setup for 7.3 and 7.4. I just don't do 7.5 in runs because it's so wonky and hard to get. The IL is a PPTB, says Danya. Yeah, I would expect. But it's definitely like, this is muscle memory, is what this is. You figure out a pattern that you can repeat, and you do it, you know, reset as you enter, tap, hold, bounce, 2 levs, and then throw. But it's gotta be, it's just a pattern that you figure out how to replicate, because you can't fucking see what you're doing in this goddamn, you know, this godforsaken world. Can't really see what you're doing. Because there's no facets or features to the walls in sci-fi. And I feel like my main problem is I'm too far away, so if I like spend some more time trying to close up on it, or maybe I just close the gap like more diagonally, I come in faster, I'll be a little bit closer. There you go. For a 6.8. I'm obviously not going to get those. Certainly not today. Seven 6 is another one where it's like, it's really hard to just beat this, because it's just so, like, you gotta, if you want to get this, you gotta like throw from here, you gotta throw immediately to make it worth. And then throwing immediately gives you like a trajectory that frequently just goes dead into the pillars. If you throw immediately, Emily's version of this actually like intentionally goes at the everything, like down the middle, so that you can fall right down the middle of the thing, and it's number one, just hard to get any hit out of this. And when you do get a hit like this, it's like, okay, good, I got one off. Low percentage, 15-second clear. Now we'll just compare that to this. And a 15-second clear with the PTB, as compared to a 15-second clear with the pause bounce. So it's like you have to. It's a miracle. You got to go for the miracle here. I wonder. And then if you need to steer it at all, you're just losing time. So it's got to be perfectly lined up, get the hit you want, and then you would go through here, and then up ahead there, drop down the center. I've never done that. I have never done 7.6. There's few things that I've never done. I've done the 7.7. The one that goes, like, over... It goes out here, and then drops a truck up there in order to, like, get the distance that you need to do that. I've done it. I wouldn't. I wouldn't choose to do it in a run, but I have at least done it IL. I don't know that I would... we could be for 45 minutes trying to get one of those. I do the fastest fucking, well, short of a PTB, but I do the 7-8, you know? And I've been getting it every single time today, haven't I? Haven't I got all of it, and then I missed it there. And you know, it's you got this backup. If it doesn't work out, you can just carry on. But getting low is my trick right there. Getting low into that bounce, and then leving as you're coming over the top. So you want to be low. Here, I'll describe everything that I'm doing. So, number one, I'm holding just W when I throw that truck so that it hits me in exactly the way I want it to. Here, I get low, I'm off the space bar, and then I lev once. Wow, the truck fell out. Every time that I'm throwing at the blower, I'm not doing the strafe. I'm just going forward. So I'm strafing, I'm perfectly W'd, and I get hit by this, I'm back on the strafe. I'm not holding spacebar at all, I'm getting low, I lev once, twice maybe, there, now we're low coming over it, we do one lev here, we nose grind into that one, lev, again W only, and then throw the truck. That's how I do that. And on the days where I'm hitting it, I'm consistent with it. And then I hold the strafe there and do the little spinning around thing, because I just wonder if you actually maintain more height facing up holding strafe, or do we have the speed going up? I've never been able to test that. I don't know one way or the other, but so I keep holding the strafe because maybe it's giving us more speed as we're going up to hold the strafe. But yeah, W only, get hit. No spacebar. We want to get low. Start holding spacebar. Get low. Now I'm coming out low, so then I'll lev once here, hit that truck, grind this one, lev, W only, throw it again, and I didn't get hit by it this time. You got to throw that one early to hit it right. But we would have, that would have been a clear. That would have been a fine clear, maybe a 28 or a 29. Low coming out, onto the spacebar, lev, nose grind, lev, throw, get hit one more time, back onto the strafe, and then left it. That's all of the movements. And we come up with a 28, sometimes a sub 20. So bad with the nose grind, I always jump too early and miss it. You saw like last live stream where we were doing Clustertruck. I kept grinding too late, I guess, and I kept just hitting the ground. Multiple times in a row, we'd come in, and I'd go for the nose grind, and I'd just hit my face into the ground. So there's definitely just a timing that you just gotta get. You just gotta work through it, I guess. And on some days, it just ain't firing. Holy! Look at that for a start. Surprised that ain't gold. And then immediately 1-2 is shit. Do.
Yeah, let's drink until our hearts stop.
I should get a drink of water, shouldn't I? Hopefully this attempt dies pretty quick. And then I can grab a drink of water. How long have we been here? Oh, we've been here for 2 hours. We should have a live stream break. Interestingly, I don't feel like I need a live stream break. And I'm not taking my meds, so... What does that tell you? Probably nothing, really. Really doesn't mean a goddamn thing. Very slow 1-8. Yep. We're red out of 1-8 for that. And a 1-9 where we actually have to touch the trucks isn't great. But, it's barely slower than PB, so we gotta Holy, and look at that. Okay, and now, we'll take the safe one, since we're back green out of 2-1. Quick hitting 3-hour stream. Definitely shouldn't take, like, risks since I'm off one of my meds. Shouldn't trust how I feel. But I definitely woke up groggy. Is the thing. Two levs. Into the front. And I'll just run it. Doing pretty good here. I'm gonna land and get another hit. Excellent. Okay. I was supposed to take a drink. Damn it. Okay, under. It's an over-under. Yeah, I didn't quite get that. Gotta take the risk sort of on 3-3 to get the good launch. Gotta get extra low before you hit the jump bar. The jump bar? The space bar, the jump button. Alright. Oh, really? I was pretty happy with that. Okay, 3-9 coming up. Lots of time to be saved right here. It's good. There's still a lot of time save here, even though it's a slow one. First try is worth its weight in gold. Oh my god, look at that 310. The positions of the lasers are entirely random, nothing I can do about it. And so all that good work that I did, like, I earned those times, you know? I nailed it. I'm going all the way. That was just lucky. It's just fortunate. I should not have tried to go all the way. I did save 0.6 seconds, apparently. But I shouldn't have tried. Okay, which side of this do I want to be on? Okay. Not gonna go for it. We don't need it. We're tied with PB. Whole run could die here if I tried going for it. A lot of time save right here, too, right? Didn't PB fuck this up hard? Yeah. But then it got this, like, crazy. And you know what? I just did too, so... it was really good. Oh my god. Look at that one. Get ready for 410. I'm gonna run it. Oh, that can happen. It's pretty rare. Cost me a second or two. Cost me probably 2 seconds. Damn it. It's just a really bad hit. Slow as slow. I paused way too early. I need to stop QEing and just... or EQing and just hit E. Just double tap E. He says, and then it didn't make any damn difference. Very nice 5.6 anyway. I was very close to dying, by the way. Like, 5.7 is a really high death plane. Oh, no, what? I thought I was 6-1. I was doing 6-1. Alright, I gotta land the truck here. I was not ready for 5.10 there. I was already setting up for 6-1. So I gotta get it first try. God, that's horrible. All of these are bad. I keep trying to do the EQ roll, and it pays off for a minute, and then it takes back everything that it paid out. It's like I'm at a casino. Okay, that's bad. I think 6.9 was okay, at least. Sure. Beautiful looking 7.1, except for the way that I'm having to steer it, because I went into the left strafe instead of the right strafe. Oh! What the fuck, man? What is this? That was a bunch of, but that was every form of bullshit that 7.2 can do. Holy. I don't believe what I just saw. I died in multiple places where I'm like, but I didn't. How, where, to what? To what did I just die? Explain yourself, Gazame. I'm just going all the way on this. Yeah, I saw you coming. Oh! Good God, they're targeting me. Player-seeking missiles. Okay. You're not supposed to give me jumps in midair. I didn't ask for it. I don't appreciate it. I should start doing the fast start here. It's actually worth it. I don't think it's that hard to get. None of that is quite how I want it to go, but... Okay. So I got that. And that. Very nice. Really. Yeah. All skill, no luck. Say it with me. All skill, no luck. That would have worked if I wouldn't have gotten stuck inside the truck. If I was at the right height. This just a bit of bad luck. Pick a truck, ride it in. Too high. Two left. Perfect. Uh-oh. Yeah. Maybe? This is how you do that? I gotta, like, start thinking that pause bounce is probably the solution. If I'm in a weird situation, pause bounce out of it. Here we go, 8-7. First try. Sans the reset. No steering, no lev. Wow. And we got a good 8-8. Straight down the middle. 2 levs to goal. Nice. Let me out. Let me through. Yes, first try 8-10. It's a little time save. We gotta run this. And just go real hard to the left to avoid the hand's massive hitbox. Good. This isn't great, but it worked out nice, actually. This isn't it. Just gonna safe it. Be very safe. No, oh my god, it went too. I didn't think I got anything out of that, but I could have used it. Oh, man. I'm out of lev. Okay. Stop that. Oh my god, a brilliant 9-7. Directional. Got all the height, got all the speed. Come on, 9-9. Okay, good launch. I like the launch. I don't like the launch. I'm lying to myself. Okay, now just turn around and carefully walk it. Oh my god. What is going on? What is going on? The backup is fucking freaking me out. Here we go. Sub 14. Come on, baby. We're up. Sub 14, sub 14, sub 14. Sub 14! I got one. Whew. Now I can take that drink that you told me to have at the beginning there, Grace. Jesus. I forgot that the trucks on the chain will start moving if you're just that slow. They will start moving underneath you. That's my best run since we came back to running 80%. It is 27 seconds off of my PB. Off of my best ever PB. And you know what I'm super happy with is that things like 8, 7, it's 8-7, right? Yeah, things like 8-7 are coming in so consistently, during the run especially, like Practice and actually running with 8.7 feel like they're two entirely different worlds. When you're coming into the game hot on a run, it's just, I don't know. And I actually have a better, I feel like a better rate of success hot during the run in 8.7. Like these hits are all just not quite what we need. This one goes. Get that for a 7. This one goes. I do have to spend a little lev to make sure it goes, which slows it down. But you know, some of the stuff that's like the run killer stuff, less of a run killer now. I need to start doing 7.7 like this. So it's like you hit on the right side, and then I feel like you want to judge whether or not you need to hit the spacebar, because right there I hit the spacebar and it killed me. And what if I hit on the other side and then I hit the spacebar? It's like you want to hit the spacebar a little late, but I think you always want to hit the spacebar here. Just barely cleared that. This start saves like a second, if you can get it. Yeah, that's the one that I would want right there. It's nice, it's easy, it's breezy, it's cover girl. At the spacebar a little bit here. Get up some momentum, bring it in. This is a lot higher than I think we would usually want, but the time that we saved at the beginning kind of pays for the height, I think. And we're in a sub 19, so that's the potential of just doing this. But that's the other end of this potential, is that can happen. You just don't get over it. And that one didn't even feel like it probably saved me much. Yeah, I don't know, like looking at this, it's hard to argue for. There's just so much chance of having to do a reset at the beginning. And what it saves is a second. What it risks is you're on a good run. You're on a fucking winning run here. And so you risk the whole run at this. I mean, it's not risking that. It's risking, if you have to do it twice, then it's risking like 3 seconds. 3 seconds time loss for the potential of 1 second. Like if I die here, that's 3.4, and then I'm resetting. Yeah, and then there's 3. Yeah, so it's about 3 seconds of time loss per attempt. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, the thing is, like, I need to pick up time on my runs. I need to figure out where I want to save more time, because just running my run better is going to be really hard. So putting in like a 7.2 like this instead You know, instead of getting the 10-4, we get a 9-3, and the 10-4 is hard to get. Frequently I get an 11-1 instead, so that's up to 2 seconds time save. You just take a little risk here with this hit, and the way that you can mitigate that risk is to hold against it. Like this. A lot of people do that. Kind of right strafe against it to make sure that you don't slam into that wall. But then you're back in the realm of, well, I could just do this and get times like that. So if I this. There's a 10-7. So if you really want to get, save a little bit of time, you kind of got to do that. And then save 2 seconds or something. 4-5 would be massive. Yeah. And it's early enough in the run that it's not a big loss to, to just lose the run to 4-5. I used to have a method, too, that, like, a route that actually put me through here pretty well, relatively consistently. It was based on whatever I thought Emily's movement was at the time. The important part of it was just that, like, you get to the end and you steer a little bit right from here. Like, through the middle, you just kind of let it carry you. You gotta get through first. Okay, over, but then you steer right from the middle, and at the end of it, it looks like you should be dying going through the lasers, but for some reason you don't. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's just like this. I'm looking at where the lasers are crossing each other. So maybe higher is better here. By which I mean look down more to get more vertical launch, and then steer right. I didn't steer this at all, just as a test. If I went on this side. Okay, and I'm not steering at all, just as a test. Okay. Now I'll steer, now I'll steer. And then the question would be, is there like a little bit of... Is there a benefit from a little delay? It looks like a little delay might help. Yeah, I did steer right into that one. I could see it right at the last moment. Yep, could see it, but it already... It's like the only... You have to make your choice before you can see what's going to happen, is what I'm seeing here. So it looks like a little bit of delay, and then just hope. Yeah. For anyone who's watching this being like, what the fuck is killing him? The lasers continue on beyond the gates. You can only see them in the gates, but they exist outside of the gates, and so they're sweeping back and forth, and you have to continue to avoid them, even though now they're fucking invisible. So this side of things, with a little delay, looks like it gets us a launch pretty consistently. And then whether I get through, well, then that's up to the gods. A little delay. Don't ever just go straight through. The timing is gonna get you killed. Definitely gotta steer. See, that looked like that should have killed me, but it didn't for some reason. A little delay, and then go. Little delay, and then go. So 4-5's worth going for. That'll pick something up. In here, I'm already doing this, which I better stop because the timer started running, and it would just ruin my splits if I... and 2-2 is fine, 2-3, 2-4. I'm doing the 2-5 now. It's no big deal. One 110 maybe? No, you don't want to do 1-6. Yeah, 1-6 just kills it too fast. Let's go to 110. And that's a 6. And let's just compare. Okay. You gotta not steal my jump. Not eat my jump. So there's a 6-6. And what we're able to, like, save is 5-6. It's a second. It's really hard for me to justify, okay, I'm getting out of Desert World. Yay. And I'm gonna risk this for sometimes it comes in at the same rate that I can run it. I still don't think it's worth it. I come out with a 6-6 when I run it, and then this is just one of the many ways that this can go that'll give me a 6-6 anyway. I don't think it's, yeah, I don't think 110 is worth it. That would make it worth it. Right there. Get a 3-second time. Way too close. 1-6, if I remember to reset and I set myself up right, I can do it. It's just, I don't know, it's the number of times that I'm gonna, you know, lose another minute of my life that I spent grinding to get up to, you know, 1-6. The alternative is... Again, it's the difference of 2 seconds. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think anything in Desert World needs to change, but World 2... Already doing that. Doing this. You know how this is supposed to be done? For a 7-5. I mean, it's incredible the time you can get just with movement in this game. I mean, 7-7, I mean, we could do 7-7. But, you know, slight problem is that it's really finicky. And it always wants to give you that directionality. But it is the difference of like a 6-second clear instead of... What do we get when we just do it? An 8. So you get like one attempt at this. Before you're losing time. Like if you do one and it doesn't work and you get the next one, then it's the same as if you'd just done it with a pause bounce. But boy, you get a lot of like starts where it gives you a big jump that you don't want. Six-2. Some of them are just slow. And some of them just give you a little bit too much. Those are the worst, because they give you hope. You don't reset early enough to save it. That can happen. I used to actually, like, this used to be the method. So there was a time when I could do this consistent. Consistent enough to be putting it in my full game runs. You know, my, do we still have a Chromium window up? We do. Take us back to Clustertruck Speedrunning. And then we want the full game leaderboards classic. My 1705, which at one point was the 5th fastest in the world. I would think does this. This is pre-pause bounce. Oh, right, we don't get to watch anything unless I turn the ads on. I'm just curious to see if it actually is. Turn the audio off. And then we're looking for 2 something. Yeah. Look at how shit used to be. Look at how it used to be. It's 2.6. I never got the 2.6. I was always like, never got the grind. So I just have to run it out. Remember what the game looks like without pause bounces, but it's still any percent. So that's 1 attempt. 2 gets me something. It gets there anyway. It's not a good hit, but it got me there. And just like looking at my setup here, looks like I'm aiming a little bit above the line between the rocks and everything. Okay. And that's a death. So it looks like I'm just like, I was popping instead of holding jump. That's what it looks like to me. Otherwise I wouldn't be at the level where the rocks are. Maybe I was like holding jump but then just letting myself fall. Saw how long that setup was. It was a fun one. Fun looking one. Yeah, I don't know, like, I think my muscle memory is better to trust than what we just saw with my eyes. It gets you up. But you see how a lot of these are just no better than one of these. And if I want a better time out of here, I just do it faster. Just don't stutter so much on the front of the truck. This level's a little bit ick for running off the front of the truck, which is why I take so much time setting up. Just try and make sure I don't fall off. And another thing that I could be doing is, like, I just went dead into steering here, and I'm pretty sure it slowed me down. It's a 7.2 though. Let's do this again. Dead into steering, right strafing. Another 7.0. Okay, I need to not get stuck in the menu. I'm going to try a couple where I don't steer till the very end, till I need to. It was slower. And that was slower. This is more the kind that I want to see, though. And that was all, that was dead. So steering is just gonna be better here in general. Most of the time. 7.5. Go to the strafe. quick. Yeah, right strafe up. We could save some time here. I don't even know where to throw this one. I've done it before, but not like during a run or anything. I never practiced it for actual use. There's somewhere in here you can throw this truck and, yeah, get hit like that. If you can get out without getting killed by a tree. Too close. Too close. There's also this, which can, in theory, work, but it's really hard to, like, throw one that actually hits you the right. For some reason, it's, like, easier when it's to the left. Well, because the truck throws out of your right hand, basically. So when I throw straight forward, the truck ends up to my right. So if I want it to hit me to the right, I have to do something like that. But these are the same fences as are on 2-2. So you could theoretically get, you know, a hell of a hit. Might actually be easier to, like, switch over to the other side and then... yeah. Pop over. Yeah, there's nothing there. 7-9. Could just start running 7-9 instead. or no, 12-1, as compared to we'll do the land and fire technique. 12-1 instead of a 10. It was a really good landing and keep going there. No. And you. Ah, didn't start steering that one early enough. Alright, we need a live stream break, right? We were supposed to have one 45 minutes ago, so let's have one. I will roll some music, I will play some ads, we will come back in 7 minutes and we will pick up where we left off. And, you know, we're together, we are testing the efficacy of aripiprazole. Meet me back here in 7 minutes, don't go anywhere, pulling that out.
Bullets, 2 in the clip, however many on the floor. Blood pools up and the emblem of the faith is covered. Blood then touches the desperate cracking ground and the earth slurps it up. This liquid like precious crude. Christ, the king of punk rock town tonight because Christ found the fire. I won't go to hell for you anymore, so say hello. Pulls back the hammer. Opium and oil dried up years ago. Christ, oh Christ, cracked open the cement tomb tonight. Let the communion begin. Burn this oil, it is my body. Shoot up this dope, it is my blood. It was never black helicopters and UFOs. It was worse. It was CNN. It was ABC. guys think of the rant I just did instead of the lyrics I've been using?
Oh, come and see the opening band. Now that you've got your tickets and beverages in hand, they look so tired, sound uninspired, guitars are secondhand. 'Cause no one likes an opening band. Nobody likes the opening band. Their set time's far too early, and I've never heard of them. And chances are they won't go far. Careers are sure to end. 'Cause no one likes an opening band. Oh, unfamiliar things will make us nervous, but singing here for you gives me a purpose. So take pity on the opening bands, 'cause no one came to see them except their mom and dad. But if you lend an ear and give them just one little chance, you may just like me. You may just like me. You may just like the opening band. No?
I am from here, but not like you. I walk around, I share the dirty truth. I see your white and teeth are turning blue. I bet it's cold without a stove and blue. You've got nothing real to give me, just a god box, chop talk, shake and shimmy. Fear-based sex lad, go to work or go to bed. Buy it now and be well read. Your friends are watching, don't get dead. You're wrong, you're scared, you don't know what to do because you're wrong. You're scared, you don't know what to do. You're wrong, you're scared, you don't know what to do. You're wrong, you're scared, you break me more each time I touch you. Fuck you, fuck 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 you. You're wrong, you're scared, you don't know what to do because you're wrong, you're scared, you don't know what to do. You're wrong, you're scared, you don't know what to do. You're wrong, you're scared, you break me more each time I touch you. Fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you.
ya, rock. You know why? Cause I don't give a fuck. That's why it doesn't matter whether I'm cool or not. Just a taste of the word gives me the gut rock. It's not pop to just stop like a blood clot. Cause we're here to blow up like we came from a rock. Electronica embezzled by hip hop. Here to kick ass until our heart stops. Hipsters put on their cool shades. And thrifters keep the money they've been paid. And drifters have nothing to say but mind lifters. Don't give a damn what they say.
Wait, undeceivable, shit's unbelievable. You never ever guessed you'd hear this mix, it's inconceivable. Ouch, too hot, baby, back out of the kitchen. This is what you love at wonderful, so daddy put your bitch in. I'm a poisonous affliction with a fireball addiction. Man, it burns like hell and tastes like heaven. You say bold, bitchin'. Now I got you campus itching. This is music for your children. If you never heard the cue before, you don't know what you're missing. Hey!
Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on youtube.com/Ronan Pawn. That covers all of the things. Thank you, Menage a Quad. We've been playing the Clustertrucks today, speedrunning, and we managed to just get my first sub 14 since, you know, whenever. since the first one in 2026, first one in 2025, 2024, several years. We have a sub 14 now under our belt. We're trying to beat 1330. That's the time to beat. That's my personal best. We're looking for some places where I can run some faster strats within reason to try and bring in that time, because in order to match what I've done in the past, I basically have to deliver one of the best late game percents ever performed. Oh, that's entirely true, but it's the second rank late game percent, so best ever submitted to category extensions leaderboard anyway. Just getting my microphone in place. So we've decided that we're gonna do 4-5, and that's kind of it. What did we make any other decisions that I would try something that I'm not trying? I'm not gonna do a 2-7 or anything. World 3 is just World 3. Well, we can't even really do it there, but if I do here, like, I already do 3-2 here, but 3-3, I know that Danyan, like, does this. Sets up for this. Oh, well, not like that. How do you... You go ahead and do one of these. And you usually come up with an 8-9. I just got a 9-2. Woo! That was fun, but it was slow. As I was focused on having fun instead of steering correctly. Yeah, I don't know. It's getting an 8-9 by doing this seems a little bit tougher. There's a 9-0. Then just, like, if you run off and you get close enough to the back end of that truck before you jump, this usually turns into an 8-9. It's a 9-0. So the difference being 1/10 of a second, I don't think I'm going to bother changing what I do. Now if I were to, like, you know, do this. If we did this one, now that'd be some time save right there. Huh? 7-2. And it's not that hard to get either, like, it's... At least it's not that hard to get a bounce. Maybe it is hard to get. There we go. I got a bounce. Maybe I should start doing this. This is a lot of time to pick up. And it doesn't seem like it's that friggin' hard to get. I think this might not even lose any time, even though I had to reset once. Because we come up with a 7-8, but I reset after, like... That's 1.2 seconds. If I reset within the first 1.2 seconds, then we're fine. I don't think I reset with it. Yeah, so you lose a second if you miss it. You don't get it on the next one. But the potential here for a little bit of time save is pretty nice. Now, the other thing that I could try and learn is 3-5. Y'all do a little floaty hoppy thing. Holy hell, Twitch. Way to take away features and lock them behind a paywall. What? Used to be able to rewind any stream now. Oh, now only subscribers can. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about that. Almost beat your late game, but choked it in hell. That's... Yeah, and are you doing all the sci-fi tricks? You're doing the sci-fi tricks? And I didn't. I didn't touch a single sci-fi trick. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's an incredible time to just be doing pause bounces the entire way. Like, what's amazing is, like, at the same time that I was doing that late game, Sarastes was running, you know, we were running kind of side by side at that moment. Sarah had a late game submission, or maybe it wasn't a submission, but Sarah had a late game run that it was like so good. I put them side by side, and she was doing all the sci-fi tricks, and she gained like 25 seconds ahead of me coming out of sci-fi, and it's just crazy watching them side by side, being like, there's no way I can beat her. And then my World 8 and World 9 were just so fucking locked in, not a thing. I pulled ahead, and, you know, it's an incredible run for no PTB sci-fi. So 3-5 though, everybody does, like, you guys do, what do? You do this? When you enter, you do a little lev as you come in, and that's a 3-0. Instead of what I do is like this. And that's more of a 3-5, I think. So let's just, walk off. And so, no, it's a 3-2. But if you do if you just hit lev as you come into it, the fall can be even faster. Just that little bit. 2-9. If I, like, steer downward, this will help. The 3-0, I don't know why I hit lev at that moment. I've always felt that, like, hitting spacebar right as you're hitting the edge that you're trying to catch actually helps. Like, it increases my rate of clearing 3-5. I'll do the little lev thing. I don't know that it really matters. It saves point something seconds. I'll do that. But yeah, I guess when we come into, what is it, 3-3? Yeah, it is 3-3. I gotta, like, try this. Okay, this is weird. What does it end up, like, getting us? Not good. It's a waste of time. But, if I get this, then, holy shit, a 6-6 over a usual 9-second clear. That's worth it. Hoping that you get it. Not that hard. It's not that hard. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. So we'll try 3-3. I'll try to remember to lev 3-5. 3-9, I've got all the time save here just by doing it, you know, without dying. If I can get that. And then 4-5. So I've got some things I probably won't remember to actually do them. Probably won't remember to actually do them when we get there, but at least I have the intent. You gotta start with the intent, then you gotta forget that you were supposed to do it a couple of times, and then... And then eventually you change how you do things. Forgot 1-5 is 1-5, and I want to do it from the other side. And this one I don't think is worth it. Rather have the consistency. Not a great 1-9, but not a horrible one or anything. And then the same thing here. Rather just have consistent little run out. Okay. I'm all right with that. I'm not put off. So nothing crazy or new in World 2. Good. But in World 3, it'll be 3-3. Be the first big change. This could go all the way, but it's safer to do this. Curses. Foiled again. Alright, 3-3 is going to be the weird thing. Here it comes. There we go. First time trying it. Whoa. Quite a quick one of these. And then I did the lev for the 3-0. Lev boost here. Reset coming into 3-7. Not bad. $3-9 we just gotta get. There you go. And the next one is 4-5. I'm going to do it on the right side. The next weird one. Fuck. Left side from my perspective when I'm turned around, but right side of the truck from its own perspective. Got it out. I got the 4-4 quick enough. Now 4-5. With the little delay, and then steer. Fuck. With the little delay. And then with the little delay. And then steer right. Straight. Bring it back. Okay. We got fucked by it. But, you know, it could have been a lot worse. It could have just never let me through. Do. Get that 11.6. Just running it. Love that 4-ton. Beautiful 5-3. Horrific 5-4. The struggle I had just to get it out. There you go. Yeah, I think I had to hit that. So I wasn't really gonna make it. I wonder when that happens. It's like, where the hell did I get all that speed entering? Ran right down the front of the truck like I entered with a fucking rocket strapped to my ass. Wow, that could go over. That's a really good launch there. Ah, first try 6-1. Speedy, directional. Can't beat that. Apparently you can because it wasn't gold. But damn. Is this an okay 6-4? I keep getting really shitty 6-4s. This one's okay. Interesting. Never do this. Now, strictly speaking, I'm never supposed to do this. The Hudsucker proxy. Whoa, that just barely cleared it. Oh! What the fuck did I do to myself? Yeah, this is... pushing for 1/10 of a second, and I lose 10 seconds. Had a double tap even. Yuck. Beautiful 7-1. Fired it off early. It's low and fast. Gold? No? I did the 7-2. I forgot that I was going to do the 7-2. The fact that I managed to pull that together out of my ass. Oh my god, 7-3. Do I even need to lev? I'm gonna. 1 levin out. Uh-huh. I agree. I concur, Doctor. Do you concur? Uh-oh. Just do that. I forgot what level this was. My hands were steering and I was like, is that what we're supposed to do? Oh, okay. That's how this goes? I'm glad somebody knows. Oh, fuck. And I've already lost the benefit of it. But I did get it. I really shouldn't have gone for it. We weren't going to go for that one, was I? I don't think I was. I decided that it was too risky. Okay, I fucked it. What do you do now? I guess I just ride it. Uh-oh. This is, not a good one of these. First time I've really fucked it up today, too. During any run. Look at that! I got the hit, though. Do you see that? Every now and then, I'll throw the... if I've got the truck left over, I'll throw it at the edge like I'm doing here, and I got it there. Damn. All skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. Oh, damn it! I gotta pull back, but I had it. But I was just too long in the blower stream, and that could have been the end of me. Could have been the death of me there. First try, perfect 8-3. Oh man, I thought I was low enough for it. I was low enough to go straight through. Obviously I wasn't. Get down. Get up to get down. That doesn't go. This could. Yeah, this goes. Okay, I waited a little bit late there, and we're going way too much toward the left. I gotta actually steer early, which sucks. Still an okay time. Okay. I'm gonna lev it all the way myself. Okay, that's a good hit. Goes all the way. I got the height that takes me all the way anyway. Oh my god, I didn't. Whoa. Okay. Wish I had a button that just made this happen. What the fuck was that? No. That was really the level's fault. That was a weird fucking load. Took forever for that truck to move over. Doesn't usually happen like that. Suck my fucking cock, bitch tits. That goddamn hillside. Now, what is the problem here? I had this a couple of attempts ago, for fuck's sake. Now I don't even get to find out what the hell the problem was, because I'm just going on this shit. You're not supposed to steer, and you steered, and now you're going to be too low. Well, now you're too high. There's finally one good fucking hit. Why I'm not allowed to have that when we're running. When we're coming in on the first attempt, I don't know. Again! Twice! Twice you steal the fucking jump out from under my feet. I didn't mention it the first time, I was being kind. You piece of shit game. Can't get there. As long as it's a bullshit fucking eat my asshole fucking run anyway. I'll just fuck around with it, huh? Bullshit eat my asshole fucking run. So I fucked around with it. Nine fucking 9 has been like the thing today. It's not, it's never the fucking thing. It's not that big of a fucking deal. Look at this one. I didn't have to touch the trucks, and I touched one. Can I get all the way, though? I don't think I can. No. Jesus, hell. Why has 9-9 been the bane of my existence? I just expect it to fucking work. It's not... It's not a problem level. Except for it is right now. And that's speedrunning for you. You know, you got 90 fucking splits in your... You got 90 fucking splits, and any given day, any one of them can just decide, I'm gonna be a problem for you. Hope you like this shit. Look at this. Look at these launches I'm getting now. When I don't need them. Ah, I missed it. Alright, so you missed it. So... You know what? If you're gonna land it, then I know it feels like you're in a rush, but you're gonna do better if you just fucking set it up and do it right, you know? Don't rush it. If you're gonna land it and do the windshield pop again, like this, then at least do it right. Line it up and hit it good. You're gonna save the time that you spend setting it up, getting there in a reasonable amount of time. And then this, I think the reason why 9-7 didn't work too was that my pause feels like it's a little bit too delayed. Like, there. So I'm throwing the truck, but the pause was too late. Really? That looked good. That did not look like it was bad at all. That's all I want to do. I come into 3-3. Get that first try. And then 4-5. I thought I was past it. Even though everything was telling me, no, you ain't past it. Fuck you, man. There's no way for me, there's nothing I can do at that point about that one. I'm too lateral, there's no, like, I can avoid the laser. If it's there, the invisible laser, I'm just dead at that point. Yeah. So I guess the general rule will just be steer back toward the tops of the rings, because you got them doing this. And the thing is, you have no authority if you're at the side. all you can do is move left and right if you're at the side of the ring, the lasers, and the lasers are coming across here. So all you can do is decide whether or not you get hit in the ear or the temple. But if you're above the laser up here, you might have a chance to see it coming and drift in a way that'll actually help. So stay near the tops of the laser gates at the very least, so that you have a chance in hell. That's my... Ronin Pawn's tips for the day. My instruction to myself. Hitting all these better than I usually do. Okay, triple tapped the E though. Although this hit just might be so good it doesn't matter. Yeah, it was so good, it just didn't matter. Look at this. Yeah, baby. All the way. Okay, that's fine. Gets us in. That's all I ever ask for from this level. Uh-oh. Very nice. If I just slow down and set them up a little bit more deliberately... That didn't work. And the hits are better. Like this. Holy bang. No? Man, I was pretty sure that was going to be gold. Interesting. Ah, damn it. That would have been so cool. Oh, hi. Can I please just... Yep. And so I don't die, though? What if I didn't die? Okay, that's all height. I said if you're gonna land them, do them right. It's definitely harder when they're at high speed. Control what happens. First one that even had a chance. I don't know why. I think it's like... Sometimes... I feel... It's down to... There's a little bit of RNG into like the level load shit. So if you're just holding spacebar at the beginning of each one, then you're gonna get like the same fucked up hop start on some of these levels. And you just gotta like break the loop by jumping or just changing up the timing a little bit. I feel like there's some frames per second loading kind of thing, loops that you get into and it just won't go. Okay. Do an EQ again because EE was just getting stuck. I was getting stuck in the menus, but EQ, it throws off my timing. What's bad about doing EQ here? It's certainly faster in and out of the pause screen. It throws off the timing for when I actually fire the pause. As you can see. goes all the way. Fine. I'm not supposed to do this. Sometimes I just get in the habit because that method is kind of tied to the other method. When I do 2-1 that way, I naturally just want to do 2-2 the same, or do 2-2 the old school way as well. Whoa! Wow, that was cool. Okay, I think I gotta go for... No. Just land it. Fuck. Well, this one's in. Now 3-3's got the weird thing coming up. Very good 3-2. And a little bit more directional. I can't. The point is to practice it if we're not getting it. Man. I don't know. So that's what we want, but we don't want it to take 12 goddamn fucking attempts for no discernible reason. Even that would be okay. This isn't great, but at least it got us started with speed. And we come out with a sub 9. I don't know what the fuck I was... Like, what's the difference between what I was doing and what I'm doing now? I think it was a little delay before I get started. Like, I wait until we're loaded into the level, and then a femtosecond after we're loaded into the level, I start. A little bit more than a femtosecond, actually, like a quarter of a second. I wait to sort of touch the ground. Maybe I was doing that, because now it's just not working for me again. Sub 7. Be great to have in the splits, and then even if I missed it once, like this, and brought it in, if it's a 7.2 plus the time it took me to fuck up the first time, it's still pretty okay. And this is a slower one, but it's still in with half a second's time save. So I think importantly, I want to be back toward the neck of the truck. I want to be in the gap between the... I don't want to be at the window. I want to be more over the window, to the back of the window, or even looking at the gap between the... yeah, like that. The gap between the lorry, the engine, and the... I don't know, whatever you call it, the cargo, and the... yeah. So specifically, aiming for middle of the window or back. The gap is better. Look at this. No spacebar. Steer at the end for a 7.1. It's mainly about, like, the opening timing. I feel like I can guarantee it more if I take my time at the beginning. I don't know, it's if you wait too long, it's worse, actually. But the timing is definitely the thing. It's wait until your feet touch the truck. Maybe swing a little bit left first. That looked real good. That worked out great. Trying to get to the butter zone. Get to that. That crack, that crease, that gap, that juicy gap. Man, when it hits, it just feels like it's the most natural thing in the world. There's no reason why I'll ever have trouble doing that again. That one should have done something. There you go. And then when it's not hitting, it just feels like I cannot explain why this is not working. Look at that. I went so far, I had to steer us back. Ooh, that's fun. I want to know what my fastest ever is time here. 6.3. 6.39. What's the fastest I've ever done it? 6.0. Flat 6.0. Ow. 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 Look at that. I gotta go for it, but, I think if I don't get it, I gotta take whatever I get. Like, I get two attempts, maybe. And then if I didn't get anything, then I just gotta go. That's gonna be my standard. 2 attempts, on the 3rd attempt you leave via the normal method, and that means you'll only lose like 4 or 5 seconds here. Yep. Like that. 1, 2, and then 3 is just going. 3 is just going. But I'm practicing right now, so don't worry about it. That'll be my standard, so that I don't throw the run away completely. Look at this. Oh. Okay. Back in. Now I've got a reasonable standard I can apply so that I'm not, like, destroying the run just trying for that crazy 3-2. Wow. If I wouldn't have steered that one, it would have been even better, I think. I'm sorry, stormed. If I wouldn't have stormed that one, it would have been even better. This is a 6.2. Is that what I usually get out of there? I thought I got like a 6.5 or something. That felt good. Better than usual. This is one where we tap the truck slightly. It's fine. That's a nice 2.4. And the 2.5 came out first try and clean. Worth noting. So don't always. Oh, that sucks. I don't know if it makes it. Yeah, I should have reset earlier. Are you kidding me? What's going on? Huh? Thank you. Is this a reset then? Fuck me. Not for like 3.9. 14 seconds of time lost and nothing. Oh, okay. Well, I gotta go all the way now. This will be the decider of whether or not this is a dead run or... Cool. Dead run. I guess I'll try the QE thing again then. Get kind of stuck in the menus. Problem is it throws off my my initial pause timing. Makes it worse. Yeah, apparently it's usually a 6.2. Well, hell. Nice. Got one super good. Pull back a little bit of that ugly desert world time. Whoa. That, I didn't think that should have gone at all. Nice 2.5. Straight in. This is the one that fucked me over last time. We're fine this time. I don't know how the hell 2.7 became an issue. Okay, good 2.9 launch. Then we'll just land the front and hit it again. I can't explain this. And we already did this like once recently, so I can't just end it on 210 being inexplicable. Alright. I don't think that helps us, but I don't think it hurts us. Yeah, it saved me 0.2 seconds. I was supposed to. I didn't quite do that right. It's not a 3-0, it's a 3-3. And pull back a bunch of time on 3-9. Whoa. And maybe here. Yep, bunch of time on 3-9. Good. And then we got 4-5 to pick up a bunch too. If it comes in. Oh, god damn it! That was not going that fast until suddenly it was. All I'm doing there is watching lasers. Thank you. Comes the 4-5. With a delay, and then steer toward the middle. Got through. 4-6 can save time too. Even now, even after the reset. (4-7) loses it. 4-7 is we reset on 4-7. We're too much behind already, and 4-7 can't do that. In PB, 4-7 was like a fucking miracle, like, holy shit, it might have been gold. But I remember being like, oh my god, this 4-7. Doesn't make up for that 4-6, but damn. God damn it. QE pawn. Yeah, that's the problem with QE right there. That is the problem with QE right there. QE throws off my pause timing. And I get worse launches. I don't know why it has such an effect on like my initial pause timing. It's just it's nonsense that it should affect that. Like, it's the same finger is starting the process. It's just there's another finger that's going to end it instead of the original one, and yet it gets in the way somehow. Really does feel like electrical wiring issue. There's more delay in the line when you take it that path. So now you're taking it a faster path, which means you've built the system to compensate for a delay that's no longer there. Wow. When they come out, though. Enough. Look at that tutu. Okay. Clean 2-5. Really nice 2-7 here. Three levs and out. This could go all the way. Alright. That's a good forest world. It felt like the kind of forest world you check to see if you, like, just did a PB. I said we do it 3 times, or twice, and then out. The first one I was just so confused, I don't even count it. Yeah, that threw me off entirely. Throwing a new method into, you know, a pattern while you're killing it is crushing it. Nah, it ain't gonna help. What? Alright. Just 9 seconds of time lost for no reason. Nobody loves that in their speedrun. Wow. That pulls back a lot for us. And we're green again. Because 3-9 and PB was a big mess. I didn't think that was dodgeable. I don't think that's dodgeable either. Holy God. Almost to the front truck. Sometimes they're like so good they're actually dangerous because they make you think you can get away with something that you probably can't. It was one of those situations. Actually, QE helps a lot right here in this. Eat my dick whole. And I mean my entire dick. Whose idea was this? Danyan, you're banned again. Go for 4 or 5. There's so much to be saved there. Really good fun. Whoa, okay. That was fun and weird and nonsense and never happens that way. Just knocked me down out of the midair. Thank you. Thank you for that. Still just keeping pace with PB. I guess that shows that 4-5 is worth going for. Unless before 4-5 we were like 15 seconds ahead. Through the middle! Oh my god, look at this, look at this, look at this. No gold for a 4.7? Uh-oh. Oh, man. What are you gonna do? Fuck off. Running down, though, off the fronts of the fucking trucks. Oh, I'm terrified because the hitboxes are insane in this level. Those tips of the buildings, I'm pretty sure they're just rectangles. They are not, there's no pyramidal shape to the hitbox. It was an incredibly good 6-1. Get a good 6-4 for once. Yeah, this is alright. 2 levs and out. Cool. I don't know why, but I did EE there instead of QE, and it threw me off. Yeah, I couldn't. I was too low. Oh, it's this one. I thought it was the next one. Which is probably why I was left strafing instead of right strafing. Some of what I do I don't understand. It just happens. Still just even with PB. Yep, 7-2, really worth it. Really worth risking it for... It was one of my ideas. What if we did 7-2? Save 2 or 3 seconds. Or, you know, lose 5. Okay, no missiles. Beautiful. A nice little lev boost off of those as I went. Fuck! The QE thing, I think. It's throwing me off again. Because it's a very unique level. Its own little setup, and the QE was not helpful there. Okay, we made it. We didn't make it. And we didn't make it again. Now, really, I should go for the impossible strat, just because if it came in, we might break even. Damn it. It's a fine hit, but it's not a great hit. Didn't even touch me. I mean, it did. It just didn't impart any force to me, so it's useless. All that work for nothing. All skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. And double blow. And you know what? You can fucking double blow me. Both dicks. And it's a reset. It's good to call late game resets. Don't waste your time just because you're near the end game. We'd already lost most of our time to sci-fi anyway. But it was another run where we, held with PB the whole time, and we were even trying new strats and losing time to the new strats that we were trying, and we're still entering sci-fi there basically flat, if I remember right. We were flat coming into Ancient World. I feel like we were flat even entering sci-fi. Nothing too crazy happened in Ancient to throw us off. I wouldn't mind getting a fucking start out of 1-1. Wouldn't mind it at all. What else are we going to talk about today? The Minecraft server, which you can join right now at minecraft.ronanpawn.com. Log on today. We are now upgraded to the latest version of Homestead, which was made for me. It was fixed because I reported the bug. Version 5.0.0.0 of Homestead came out. It's a plugin that we use for... Holy shit, this 1.3. Yeah! Plugin that we use for claims, so you can have a little square of the world that's yours. And by a little square, apparently I mean a dozen fucking chunks worth of the world. It's getting more and more. Hey! Is this... I forgot what I'm supposed to do, and that was actually as slow as running it. It was slightly faster. I think running it is like a 7.6. That was a 7.0. But anyway, we observed a bug where when you tried to teleport using Homestead's region visit mechanic, it would just throw an error. It wouldn't do it. And so I reported it to the dev, and the dev, about 3 days later, patched it out, fixed it, gave us a new version, and so we have gone from 5.0.0 to a previous 5.0.0.0 build that was a beta build. We went backwards in order to get things working again, and now we're on 5.0.0.1. Homestead has definitely been the plugin that I have to futz with the most. It's feels like it's trying to support so many different options that it doesn't necessarily have an identity of its own. But with this 5.0.0.0 release, the developer might be trying to resolve that, because it does seem to have its own concept now of how it wants to work. You can just configure it so that it works a million other different ways. But it does feel more like, okay, Homestead wants to be one of these kind of things. You can kind of tell that it has its own smell to it now. And again, What the fuck is up with 210? Like, I'm like pulling back and pushing in to get 210 to work. You're just supposed to have to, like, hold spacebar as you enter the level, and it just fucking does it. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, the third attempt we just go. I missed both of them. Love it. Eat my fucking dick! Are you kidding me? These are fine! There is nothing wrong with that! There is nothing wrong with it! It's in! Alright, well now I'm that one I just like actually tapped the lev. That was fine. There is nothing wrong with this. There is nothing wrong with this. There is nothing wrong with that. Suck my fucking cock. There is nothing wrong with that. Is something about, like, the fact that I'm starting the way that you assholes do with your fucking lev burst? Is that changing the way the fucking level works? That changing the location of the goddamn hitbox? Because there is nothing wrong with that! There is nothing wrong with that! That is where it is! In space and time! Oh my god! You see how when I move slightly to the right, I'm now too high? Yeah! Because it was right in the first fucking place. Yeah, that's too high. So you want me to correct this to a place where I die instead? That was fine. Oh my god. Okay, I'm not gonna do it then. I'm not gonna do the little lev that saves 0.2 seconds if what happens is that the level no longer acknowledges where the hitbox is. Holy fucking shit. Throw a little lev in here. It'll be fine. You'll save, you know, 1/5 of a second, maybe. Maybe. Sometimes. What a fucking game. What a fucking speedrun we have chosen for ourselves. RNG fucking nonsense hell. And using all of the strats that remove the RNG. It's still like this. Okay, that was a ghost lev, ghost hover. Just decided to float me over the truck instead of letting me land on it that time. It's a fun one to play with in 4 or 5 to, like, intentionally do it. But boy, when you're not intentionally doing it, and it does it anyway, fuck this fucking game. That's a good 1-3. That was an early pause. This is the EQ, the equalization. My EQ problems. What I mean by that is that I roll, in case anybody's just tuning in to me screaming, I roll from the E key to the Q key. And the Q key isn't actually on our display because we use R instead. And couldn't fit it into the pattern that I had established years ago. This is This is before I ever thought about using Q. But now I'm using E and Q to roll to pause into, to go to the pause screen with E and pause out of it with Q. And this new-ish thing is definitely, like, ruining some of my timings. Making them weaker. Okay, I don't know if we... yeah, okay, we're just barely gonna make it. Ever so slowly. I'll take a needless reset on one level, I guess. Out of desert. Bad timing on that, due to EQ. That's a good one. I will touch down, though. Let me just run it out. Okay. I don't mind the pop-up. It is a clean... Like, sometimes we get the really good hit, and if the "oh, it failed" is you get to goal a little bit slower, then that's brilliant, instead of you just don't get to goal. I'm fine with that, too. Bang you again for coming up with the roll and ruining my rhythm? Was it you? I thought I came up with that. For the, not for this, though. For the pause whips. In the pause whips, it feels perfectly fine. It's exactly designed for the... Like, that's where I learned it, that's where I implemented it. Maybe I heard you say something about it, and then it was in the back of my head, and then I felt like I invented it. Maybe that's it. Because... yeah, I was definitely pretty convinced that... Yeah, that was my... I was on the... Fuck. I was on the Discord server telling people, you know, here's what I do. So if you were already doing it, then I just looked like a dipshit. There we go. The integration into the pause whips was me. Oh, really? Okay. I'll take it. Okay, we're coming up on 3-2, where we're gonna try a thing twice, fail it, and then do it the normal way. Get ready. Alright, this is fine. This will save us a 1/10 of a second or something. I'll take it. Yeah. Saved a couple of 10ths of seconds. That is always a thing that can happen. I know it's a thing that can happen. I'm still willing to take the risk because I think it's so fun. No, I wasn't... Oh, fuck. Okay. I kinda did it my way, but I also kinda did it the new way, and... yeah. I was gonna stop doing it the new way. Whip bounces, not pause whips. Alright, it's slow, but it's first try, and so it's fast. And that's what we're most concerned with. Fast. Oh, that's huge. Look at this. Look at this. For a 7-1. .43 with its little nosedive thing is rare enough that I've never, like, trained myself to hit reset consistently, but I really need to. Wow. I will take it because it's first try. And then here's where everything goes to shit for us. Yep. Yep. I feel like I'm like dodging and weaving now. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just like trying to steer a little bit right and a little bit left, like I'm serpentining. What am I even doing? Oh wow. It's second attempt, but it's real good. Ugh. Got out of like finger pattern or something there. Stop with that. The nose down, nosedive bullshit. Uh-oh. I feel like I'm lower than usual. Ah, beautiful 5-2 hit. Yeah, baby. Nice 5-3. Okay. Sure. Oh, don't do that, even though it's cute. I'm pretty sure it actually slows you down a little. I don't have enough speed to clear that, so I had to do it a different way. Little nose grind, rub, jump. That was improv, too. It's not like a thing that I have in my pocket. I was like, what would be the best way to... Okay, nose grind. Internally. Shit. The second time I got a huge hit off of this one. I don't want. Thank you. Damn, I am nailing 6-1 though. I shouldn't say it out loud, but god damn it. Every one of these is directly in the... It's going straight at the fucking thing. Oh, hey. Got a lot of speed out of it on the second go. Actually saved time on that somehow? Okay. Oh, that's horrible. That is just horrible. That is... I gotta reset it and try again. Horrible. I need to stop, like, trying to crush that level the way that I keep doing and taking risks. There's no need for a risk here. Just finish the level, get into sci-fi, and then lose the run to the fact that, that your late game is the second fastest late game that's ever been done, according to the category extensions. Oh! Leaderboard. I forgot. I didn't know. Nobody told me what level we were coming into. Gotta try. Okay. Got out with it on the second try. I don't think helps. It broke even. Shit. This looks good too. It's low and fast. Click, click, click. Thank you. This is definitely a land it kind of a dude, kind of a fella. Okay, low and fast, but is it fast? Just be optical illusions. Oh yeah, I was supposed to go for the weird thing here. I don't think this one's worth it. We're too late in the... It's worth it, but we're like too late in the run to be risking as much as it gets risked on a method that's finicky. Okay, good hit. Late, but good. A little higher than I want to be. But we're good. There you go. That's the kind of hit you want. With that quick, early topple butt slap. Okay. No, that did happen. All skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. Indeed, no luck whatsoever. I gotta say... Oh my god, that was so close to not going. Gotta say, I've been having a lot less problems with controlling my hand today than when I'm on my Aeropiprazole. That doesn't go. It looked like it did, but it didn't. This one goes. Okay. It's not the best, but I think it's fast enough to not steer it. Maybe I was wrong. Okay. Very nice. This could be gold. Yeah! It's like he knows what he's talking about or something. Beautiful. Holy hell. This could be gold. Yes. And then, you know, 9-4 is gonna 9-4. This goes all the way. It's a good one. There. If I just do this fast, then maybe that's the secret sauce. I don't know. Oh my god, first try 9-7. It's a little high. But it's first try. So why ask why? Drink Bud dry. This is not what I want it to be. I'm gonna hit the back. Oh, okay. Before you fall off the chain. There you go. Had to slow it down a bit to speed it up. There you go, our fastest of the day, but barely, I think, with a 13:56. Was my last one like a 1358, or were they both 56s? I feel like they were 5. It was an even number. But according to the splits there, we were only 4 seconds slower through hell than my PB. We lost 7 seconds in Steampunk. 8 seconds in 8. We lost 6 seconds in Sci-Fi, and then we just kind of came into late game 8 seconds behind. This is what we're talking about. This is the level of gameplay I'm at right now. A 14-minute time is just, easy once you get it started, apparently. And I'm not even losing much over my late game, but you lose, no time in hell, really. You lose 8 seconds here and 6 seconds here, and you come in 8 seconds behind, and you're ending, 26 seconds, 26 seconds over. And it's almost incredible to look at these numbers and really feel what is the difference. And the difference is 8 seconds, 6 seconds, 4 seconds. That's the level upon which we're playing in order to try and, catch up to the 1330 PB that I put into. And we got a couple of golds, very nice golds. Sum of best down to 1103. I can't wait for my sum of best to hit like a 10, to be sub 11. But that 9-3, that 9-3. It's so good, I don't even remember what it was. No, it was good. I remember it now. And followed by the 8-10. The 8-10 just, came out like a monster. I think also it makes it easier to gold because I'm doing the QE roll. And so there's just less time, IGT time lost to sitting in the pause bounce, who's, saving basically a 1/10 of a second everywhere. Or maybe 0.08 of a second everywhere, or something like that. Yeah, there's just a back and forth. Tying my 1330 is just gonna be really fucking hard. I don't know, like where's their time to be saved? It's either time that you gain across kind of everything all at once, because you're just hitting all of your... Everything's coming in faster and better overall. Like, look at this. That's a low 5 instead of a mid 5. And then if I hit this one and it's instead of a... like... I don't know. There's, of course, like... potentially... I mean, how many seconds are we really talking about here? I guess 8 to 10 seconds to be saved? By doing World 1 pause whip style, or whip bounce style, whatever it's called. That requires... That's in 8 seconds. It requires a lot of fucking bullshit, though. It mainly like the menuing. Learning the menuing to do that quickly, because you can just save... You can save your time in terms of gameplay, and then lose all of your time save to not getting in and out of the menus fast enough. Oh, look at that 1-2. Started out so fast. Whip bounce, pause bounce, whip, cream whip, cream bounce. Yeah, I felt it. I could tell. Wrecking shop here. Okay, 1-9 was a little struggly. Close, but no cigar. Why would you do that? Out of habit. You know why. out of muscle memory weirdness. It's kind of half looking over at live split, coming into the level, and my hands just took over and did what they wanted to do. Nice. It's definitely a little bit of a, oh shit, it's good, but it does. It works consistently, the 2-5, as long as you set it up on the right side and you get it out early enough. If you don't get it out early enough, then yeah, you could struggle. Slam into the trees, but as long as it starts early and on the correct side of the truck, it's going. Oh no. Ooh, that's close. We got out. First try, still carrying a second of time save. Oh, and we lost that second of time save. Okay, hey. It's pure time loss, but I got something. I would have had that first try. Then it would have been time safe. Excuse me? And we're green again. The world times look incredibly consistent. Uh-oh. I don't think I can get over. Yep. I didn't have enough, like, oomph behind me. Oh my god. This launched out like a cannon. And then, like, I was so nervous. Well, again, like a friggin' cannon. Here's the problem. When you're coming out like a cannon, I'm up here too early. Like, trying to get to the goal just on Lev, it might not work. Going too fast in that level makes you go slow later. Little, information about the lasers here. For those who don't know. Lots of time save. They continue moving in the pause screen. They might not actually move visually, but when you unpause, they will be where they would have been if you hadn't paused. On that level. On that sweeping level. And so you really have to just, like, make it happen all very quickly. Okay. You didn't hear him the first time I hit reset. Why hear it the second time either? I had to reset that level 3 times to get it to reset. Six-second time save, first try, 4-5. Yeah, we needed it. Make up for everything else. Finally got one. I guess that was repaying us for everyone until now where it cost us 8 seconds. Shouldn't do that. Sometimes it's just fun. Have to run this one. Uh-oh. Yep. That's how you want to do that every time. Completely normal. That's the plan. Again with the super high. It didn't go the first time, then it gives me the height. A little worried about how slow I'm going here, but... And thus ends the streak of 6-1s. It had to happen sooner or later. Beautiful 6-1s. Alright, a good 6-4 though. 3 lev. Aired that one off quick. Oh shit. Way too far out. This feels very slow. But it was a sub 5. 610. Just trying to make something happen. Very nice one of these, I think. Low 11. This goes all the way. Yeah, and gold. Yeah. That was a bit nasty because I left so late. In the midst of the second wave of missiles because I left so late. It's very close. I'm gonna, for safety, hold jump just for a couple of seconds. Not even a couple of seconds, just for a little whisper of time there. There you go. That's the kind of topple you want. little high still. This is... I had to spend all of my lev. Woof. And then I had to throw the truck basically between my balls. Like, way back. Timing on that one was not correct. All skill, no luck, everybody. All skill, all skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. Yeah. I did it way too early, but I started weirdly. It's the main thing that threw me off. All skill, no luck. You didn't hear the first reset. Nope. Nope. There you go. Oh, hell. Like, what should I do? Should I set up another, like, pod? I was like, what will take the least amount of time? And I think considering it at all was the thing that cost the most amount of time. No. Yep, this one goes. Wow. No lev. So. Okay, that was a 2.5. So I left at the right time. I left on the correct side. I feel like it's a good one is what I'm getting toward here. Nope. Okay. Not bad. Wow. It's a monster. I could get it by going over top. Holy hell. And another 9-2. Yeah, I can believe. Okay, this did not go. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. And I should have just reset. "20-second clear." But, you know, one try. Is that worth it? On a 20-second clear? I don't know. Stop walking me forward with all that speed that nobody asked you for. Wow. I've never had it give me this direction. It's curious. Yeah, that looks bad. There we go. First try. I'm not supposed to do that. Well, I did it. So what are you gonna do? Okay. You know, it was worth running that out, get a little bit of practice. Came into hell pretty far off. How long have we been going? 4 hours, 45 minutes, and I feel okay. There's, you know, I don't, it could be a sign of bad things to come that I feel okay after 4 hours and 45 minutes of Clustertruck speedrunning. Because I could be, you know, spending energy that I don't have to spend kind of a thing. But the... You know, if we wanted to look on the bright side, which we never do around here, we could cross our fingers that actually coming off of the aripiprazole is benefiting me. That the aripiprazole has been, if anything, like, you know, imbalancing my neurochemistry just a wee bit. But it could just be that I'm, you know, I shouldn't be here on approaching hour 5. Obviously, I didn't mean to do this, but once I was here, what am I gonna do but, you know, finish it out? Wow. Look at this 110. I think I had to drop something because of weird stuff that happened in the middle, but the start... Damn. Just got a monster kick off of that. And the reason that I got weird stuff in the middle was because I was in a place that I'm usually not at. I was going so fast I reached the bouncer while it was still well in the middle of the screen. Well, in the middle of the path. Damn. If it would have gotten off earlier. Alright, this is a land it one. That does not get over. Why am I giving that a chance when I know it doesn't go? Because 210's been fucking you over all day, maybe? So you're just hoping that something's magically it will stop fucking you over? Rush a little bit. 2-3, here we go. Or 3-2. We try it twice, and then we move on. At 15 seconds behind, we can pull it all back by the end of laser, but, like, should I be running on 15 seconds behind? Deja vu, by the way. I'm pretty sure I've dreamt this moment before. Should I be running on 15 seconds behind? Yeah, I have foreseen this future. Beautiful 3-9. It's a fast one, even. First try 3-9, and it's not crap. We haven't had a first try that's not crap during a run all day, I don't think. Many first tries, all crap. Uh-oh, I gotta go under. Okay. No big deal if you get out of it. Ooh. Again, like a bullet. I don't know how I ended up back in the pause menu there, but... Woohoo! I made it. And so these 2 levels back to back are time save levels. Both of them. And so we're green again. It's as I predicted. Because I'd seen this inevitability in my dreams. Hop. Live, 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 live. And we're green coming into medieval. Having been 15 seconds behind. So imagine we never got 15 seconds behind. We could be 17 seconds ahead now, I guess? This is a good 5-5. And 5-6. Not a good 5-7 though. I have to actually land this and run it out. Okay, we got a normal 5-10 for the first time in quite a while. Yeah, we went through our entire, like, supply of good 6-1s today. There we go. Unfortunately, it's a huge loss because PB was a first try and a beautiful 6-1. It might not have been a beautiful 6-1. It might have just been a first try. God damn it. God damn it. Sometimes they're like so bad in so like many times in a row that you reset even though you could have gotten to goal on it because it's like, fuck that. No, I don't accept that. I can't keep taking all this shit. Give me something better. I've never done it this way before. Woohoo! Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. And a 9-2. Nice sub 5 on the 5-second method. What, you're sick of losing every round to this bullshit? What? What do you mean? You're just gonna take an 11? Sick of coming out that level with 10 seconds of time loss? What? What do you mean? Match PB, to be fair, yeah. We're clear in the middle. Looking good. Oh. I didn't remember which level it was. We were coming into. I'm not doing it. Just taking the regular old safe. Don't say safe while you're doing a speed. Don't say that, oh, I'm just gonna do the safe method. You're just gonna die to it. You should know better. You should know that you're gonna die to it. If you call it out as the safe method, well, fuck me. Oh, wow. Triple fuck me. There you go. Hit me good, daddy. Sometimes that's just gonna happen. You make it up pretty good. Like, the second attempt was perfect. Smooth as butter. Unfortunately, we're running against the second best late game percent that's ever been done. All skill, no luck. That's definitely not how I'm supposed to start this out. Now I'm super low of where I expect to be. Uh-oh. What the hell was that? I mean, I thank you for it, but I definitely didn't earn it. Outside and back. Okay, well, through the handshake, we made it, somehow. Oh my god! This one came out perfectly straight with all this speed. Okay, not perfectly straight, but fuck. Look at this gold. Yeah! I knew it had to be. Oh, fuck. I still have to play the game after that? You're not just gonna give me the fucking, like, first rank on the leaderboard? Fuck it. Like, what? What's even the point of being this good if nobody's gonna just, like, drop to their knees and start sucking? Every time, though, we entered fucking hell 30 seconds behind. It just doesn't matter what to do. Really? Fuck. I was still bouncing around on the front of him. Oh my god! Check out this goal! I don't know if, I don't think this is gold, but it was close. Damn! That is straight. These don't usually come in straight. I usually have to steer them a little. Yeah, there we go. Got the speed that I needed back from, Alright. I think I have to land and then, like, go again. I don't really trust to do a pause bounce off the front of one while it's still bouncing around on that terrain, so just wait. Just wait it out. Ah, now this is what you want. But can I land it and keep it moving? Is it gold? This could be gold. Yeah. Really? There you go. Like, why? Okay. (11:01:22), some of best, creeping, you know, millisecond by millisecond toward that sub 11 SOB. And losing 12 seconds in hell. 10 seconds in sci-fi. 14 seconds, 13, 14. And then holding even through ancient. Saving a little time in medieval. Coming out ahead of laser. But look at how much behind I was to still exit ahead in laser. 2.4 seconds time save, and we are down 17.5 seconds by 3-3 in Winterworld. If I demand to exit winter green, there's basically like 20 seconds here. I mean, and then there's 3-9 like alone saves 8 seconds just by doing it, you know, well on the first try. So there's the 30 seconds that we need in order to carry into the back. And if we would have had those 30 seconds coming into the back, then we still would have, but we would have been like 15 seconds over instead of 45. Yeah. I'm still like good, but I think I should wrap it up. I'm gonna try for one more run, I guess, and then we'll ratchet it up out of just, you know, momentum because we could. And hello, Coolds. Ain't nothing better than starting my vacation with some Ronin Pawn in the morning, to be honest. You're on vacation? Where are you? Where are you staying? How much are you carrying in traveler's checks? Do you have any real money in your socks? Just let us know. Just let us hear on this public forum. Will you carry a rose in your lapel and meet me in the dark alley behind the CVS? Diane says, I got 526 in late game. Now it's only the third best in the game. Mine is only the third best in the game. It doesn't matter. It's still second best without world sci-fi. Or actually, it's the top. Yeah, no, it's the world record without sci-fi tricks. You can't take that away from me. You can't take that away from me. Oh. One more run is the plan. One more run, and then we'll call it. Having been here for 5 hours presently, and having run Clustertruck the whole time, as though I can just get away with it. You can't take that away from me. No, you can't take that away from me. Do I take that 1.67 time loss? I guess. Can't take it with that. You can't do both. You can have one or the other. You have to finish your vegetables. How can you have your dessert when you haven't finished your vegetables? How? Explain it to me. Like a child. Because I don't think it's possible. Vegetables. Your dessert without your vegetables. Oh. We're fine. Can make anything work. Those were my vegetables. Now it's time for dessert. That big weird jump that nobody wants. I almost reset, but I didn't have to. Oh, oops. Not supposed to do this here. And here's why. Can make anything work, he said. Ah, if I would have gotten that, I would have kept running on it. That's why I was so aggressive about trying to get the fastest version of it. Nice. Bad 1-5. It's actually, I think it's faster in those situations to go for like popping off the truck and getting a little bit of a kind of a lev boost kick kind of thing. I can't prove that it is, but I've definitely gotten some, you know, in like killer times that seemed to prove that it was. But you know, they're one-offs. They're how do you reproduce that exact situation? Duh. Nice, big, no lev 1-7. No lev needed in it. But it's still a good idea to flatten out your arcs, I should think anyway. I imagine, that's how I play it. It's, you know, the shortest point between two with the lines is a straight man, who you convert to Judaism. You know the old saying. 7 squirrels sitting on a fence. Oh shit, no. Start laughing and having fun now. You're speedrunning. It's a little bit late, but apparently it worked. Oh. I was so, like, I don't know what comes next. It's completely just brain locked. What's this level? I'm like, I know it's not just it's something special, and it turned out it wasn't something special, which really put me into brain lock. I know it's not just, I don't just turn around and do a pause bounce. Well, what do I do? When you get into it and it's just a pause bounce, so your brain's like, I was preparing to do anything but just a pause bounce. Yeah. Only 2 seconds behind, good. here comes our magic. Oh my god, first try 3-3. Gold? Yeah, I should think so. Finally got it. And then this was so bad, like, I should reset it right now for as slow as this is. Like, hell. Like, I have to, like, stick to it and wait for it to go back toward the goal. Because I couldn't turn the corner without dying. Ridiculous. Like, Balky Bartakamo's ridiculous. And you know you're not supposed to be ridiculous. That's what Balky said. Don't be Uncle, it's Cousin Larry. Don't be ridiculous. Nobody knows what I'm talking about, dude. How could you? I'm talking about the before times. Someone, I saw a video where somebody said, you know, historically speaking, or by the odds, he was talking to his audience in a YouTube video. It was H-Bomber Guy, in fact, it was Harris. And he said, the odds are that one of your earliest formative memories are of a global financial crisis. And I said to myself, what do you mean? I said, what? Global financial crisis? What are we talking about? Oh my god, I almost made it work somehow. Like, what do you... Sorry? Fuck. Yeah. Dead run now. To a strat I didn't even need. Yeah, H-Bomber Guy said, statistically speaking, one of your most formative memories is of a global financial crisis. And I was like, what? And the reason I was like, what? I realized I started laughing later is because so much worse shit has happened since then that I don't... 2012? 2008 to 2012? Are you fucking kidding me? What? Who cares, man? Fucking California burned down, Canada's on fire, fucking president's a rapist, COVID, like, I literally, I was like, what do you mean, global financial, are you talking about Greece? What are you fucking... Oh, right! That little thing where the bankers fucked over absolutely everyone all at once, all of the time. And then, like, 2% of the American population lost their homes and can never get them back. Right. No. That thing. That little nothing. I remember now. Silly me. It's just like, it's amazing the streak that we've been on historically in terms of bad shit after bad shit after bad shit. I don't know how anyone's like remembers these years as being, and I guess if you're born in them, you're just like, I guess this is what life's like. It's always been like this. So it just must be like it's always like this, right? I hate to be the bearer of bad news. But no, actually, it was not always like this. There was the decades that I grew up in, one of my complaints was that my generation had nothing to like, had no great challenge to overcome, had no great, you know, I was looking at the civil rights movement and the 70s anti-war and all that kind of stuff, and growing up in the 90s mainly, it was the slacker generation because there was like nothing that needed to be done really, you know? Here in the States anyway, fucking I'm not saying that it was that there has ever been a time where things have been like really good for everybody all at once, but the fucking nation had a budget surplus. You've probably never heard of a budget surplus. It means that you're not $32 trillion in debt. That's what those words mean. The nation doesn't have to answer to foreign powers and corporate investors because we actually had money extra, and yes, we were also, you know, under a different president who was also a rapist at the time, but as opposed to like targeting people with a new Gestapo under, instead what he was doing was he was putting computers into all of the schools and libraries for free, just distributing. Because we had a budget surplus, and we needed to stay competitive in the global market. These are the kind of things that were, happening while I was growing up. And then some fucking planes hit some towers, and the people who were in charge then were like, oh, this is a great excuse to sell a lot of bombs. Oh my god, let's get involved in a indefensible war crime. And attack the wrong people for something that they didn't actually have to, and let's just fucking, and you know what? Here's the thing we could do. What if we annulled the Constitution of the United States of America, spied on everyone all at once without any warrants, took certain American citizens like Jose Padilla, shipped them out of the country, from, having been in the country and having always lived here. We took people like Jose Padilla and we just ship them to Guantanamo, torture them until they're insane, and then when we have to go to court and defend what we did, they will no longer be able to defend themselves because they've literally lost their mind to our torture campaigns. That was the Bush and Cheney era. We almost had Al Gore as a president. I'm just sharing what happened, like where we used to be and where we are now. The world was not on fire. There was always, some shit going on, but whew boy, there were some good years in there where even the oppressed minorities and stuff like that would have been like, it's better than it's ever been. And we have gone very much backwards. It is not just, a generation getting older and being like, times were better when I was... No, they were. They were. They were. They just were. Okay. So this run is also done, yeah. We were already too far behind. I wasn't really paying attention to the run. I was ranting about the 90s kind of thing. But yeah, wow. The most important thing that the president was like being indicted for, like the big scandal that the president was involved with was consensual sex with a coworker. He was in charge with fully consensual, and not even sex, but a blowjob with somebody in his office. It was the impropriety at that time and the Republicans were up in arms at the impropriety of a president who was being infidelitous to his wife and with someone, in the White House, in the Oval Office, kind of, part of presidential staff kind of a thing. The impropriety! How can we have a president who's supposed to be the inspiration for little kids and stuff like that, and on TV, they're saying about, like, sperm stains on dresses from the president. Can you believe? Oh my god, and the Republicans were up in arms over the impropriety of that. Now the president's a child molester. His dead wife, who he put in a shallow grave, not even kidding here, wrote a tell-all book in which she described herself as feeling as though she was being raped by her husband in their bedroom, and he has been convicted he has been found guilty in the private courts of sexually assaulting a woman in a public place. Non-consensual sexual assault. And then there's that little thing about his whole involvement in the child molestation going on at Epstein's Island. Yeah, it used to be different. It used to be like, oh my God, can you believe the president got a Hummer from a woman in his office who was like into it, who wasn't being paid to suck it, she was just, he was the president, I'm not saying he wasn't taking advantage of the fact, but he'd been doing that ever since he was, governor of Arkansas. He's a rapist, Mr. Bill Clinton. We know everything that's guilty of Trump is guilty of Clinton. But at the time, what we knew about him, oh my God. In comparison to what we know about the current president, oh fuck. We used to live in a world where you get upset because the president didn't seem presidential enough. Second try. That's beautiful. I'm all about that. Yeah. Did we... Fuck. I wanted to look over. I was a little bit too eager. We didn't even lose time. We didn't even lose time to missing it the first time. That's brilliant. Thank you. I was very close to not getting it. I was way outside there. But yeah, things are so... I was so surprised that I just forgot about the global financial crisis. About the minor... the loss of generational wealth for, 2% of the American population. 2% of, like, yeah. So 2% of 350 million. How... What's that number? What's 2% of 350 million? And of course, disproportionately affecting the poor, which in this country means, black people, non-white people in general. I should just say black people. But if you were involved in 244 years of state-sanctioned slavery, then you're probably, if you're family, and then 150 years of state-sanctioned apartheid state. Are we going for this again? I guess. Fuck. 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 Okay. I kept trying a different path there every single time. There's gotta be a path that you can trust. That actually works consistently. I don't know what it is. It's gotta be one. Whoa! Love it when you hear the truck be like, what the fuck? Pop! And a 12, oh. Do that in 11.6 if I'm doing it better. Well, we don't have the, 15 to 20 seconds that we could have right now. But, we're 10 seconds ahead. 11. 10 again. Okay, does this one go? I think this one goes, yeah. I need to struggle. Oh, that sucks. That is so slow. Get the 6-1, baby. Got it. It's not the best one, but it's a good one. Still 10 seconds ahead. Try and make sure and get a good 6-4. It's a very long level. Take for granted how that it's not a problem, but it can be. Oh. Oh. God damn it, Pawn. Why do you fight so hard for this level? For the 11.2 second time save. Oh wow, that 6-9 fired out like a bullet. I expected to hear the ding. Ooh, that was too close. Too close for comfort. I expected that was gold. Now we've got that 15 seconds ahead. And... Yep. Yeah. Worked out okay last time. This sucks. This might even be like, get to the outside with it. 'Cause it's just that bad. Well, we make up for it here. This goes all the way. Ooh, that was dangerous too. Oh, eat my fucking dick balls! That was sniped out of mid. There's nothing you can do about that. That's just RNG. I have no chance to steer and go somewhere else and just not be there when the missile's there. It's just, it fell on my head. Nine seconds time lost to something I have no control over. Nope. Just do. Oh my god. What a fucking game. Pulling a safe backup move, and it's like, I don't care about your safe backup move. It ain't safe anymore, buddy. Okay, good hit, good first hit. Okay. Just do this. Good backup. All skill, no luck. We need it. All skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. Oh, it might have worked, but fuck, I'm terrified. I didn't have any trucks to my side to block the wind from blowing me. So we're red coming into Steampunk. Okay, too many attempts, but we're in. To one side, bring it back with some lev. That's it. Third try. Not bad. Really good one of these. That's very nice. Love to see this. Nope. I'm gonna have to wait to see if that's going in. Ah, it's all height. The best pace we've been on ever. Since PB. Oh! Fuck! I gotta just reset. The amount of time it'll take me. Try and make something out of that. Yeah, this was faster. Uh-oh. Thank you. Thank you for that. Now the tooth is a threat. My god, this fucking game. Well, there's our, like, good run to end the day on. Back down to fucking 30 seconds behind. Out of, again, just bullshit. Just RNG nonsense. There's nothing I can do to control that horse shit. And I got the first try, but it's all height and it's not directional, and so this will be slow too. Best pace, anyway. Still something to celebrate that we got here. With just 14 seconds behind coming into hell. And then hell threw some nonsense at us. 9-4 wise. Just one of the late game RNG moments where it's like, this is either gonna work for you, or it's not. Cool. I was like, if I get this, like, instant, then we could sub 14 this one, too, but... yeah, like something like that. We would have gotten that first try, we still would have been 1 second over. But it would have been close. Let's have a look at these splits, cause yeah, baby. Managed to carry 18 seconds worth of time save all the way into 7.5, and then why did we lose it? RNG bullshit. We got shot down by a missile in midair, and it wasn't the first wave of missiles, it was the second wave of missiles that come out and just hit you. There's nothing you can do about that. You can't dodge left or down or up. You're in midair, you have a trajectory, the missile has, you know, 10 meters to close, and then you're fucking dead, and so you just die to it. So our run began to die on RNG bullshit. And then the next big loss, 8-9. 8-9, just trying to get that simple turnaround, but it's like, it's right down the middle, you gotta get it, you know, perfectly. I gotta take 8-9 more seriously. In PB, I think 8-9 was actually gold. Yeah. 8-9 was gold, because I remember going, don't do that to me now. I'm on like 30 seconds time save. I don't need to hear gold dings. It's just freaking me out more. But 8-9 was gold. I need to take 8-9 seriously, even though it seems like, it's disposable. It's not. So, we're losing time pretty much everywhere, but 9-4 was the real fucking killer there. 9-4, again, RNG nonsense, all the trucks are bouncing around, the designers of the game don't even have a solution for 9-4. They literally designed it in a way that, like, I don't know, figure it out. Like, imagine we're not cheating the game. We're not doing any things that they didn't know were in the game, turning around. There are many instances in trying to clear 9-4 where you just can't. Because all the trucks there's no trucks for you to cross. Especially if you're playing in the no ability category. But even with, like, abilities and stuff like that, the average player will come across multiple incarnations, several incarnations of 9-4 in which it is just impossible to complete the level in the normal gameplay, in the normal intended gameplay. And that's how they made Hell. You know, they made Hell like that. It's just amazing that even with what we're doing, the things that we're doing to negate that RNG, that still, like, these trucks, because they're bouncing when you try and hit them, they can give you those little shit bounces. And I guess what I could learn from this is never accept a little shit bounce from 9-4. At least get something like this where, okay, maybe I gotta, like, land a truck before I, come in. But don't accept any little, like that doesn't count. This shouldn't count. But look at all the speed it's got. Yeah, I shouldn't have accepted it. This is the one you want. Right here. Okay, that doesn't go. That's bad. This at least gets you out here, and then you can try and land something and hopscotch your way in. (9-7) is another level where sometimes you just can't get through in the normal progression of the game. You just can't. There is what I call the Valley of the Shadow of Death. And sometimes the trucks there just, like, get bunched up on each other and don't move forward. Sometimes they move forward so quickly that, a player can't actually get to them and catch up with them and jump and be moving along with them. Hell is just like this, where they were like, fuck it, in terms of level design. Like, this is Hell, we don't have to make it fair, and I suppose I can respect them for that. I've heard some people say that the joy of playing, I think it was H-Bomber Guy again, yeah, I was doing an H-Bomber Guy, I was just putting him on in the background while I was doing other things. But, talking about the idea that the joy of a game like Dark Souls is that the game is not fair. It is not fair to you, or, you could argue that it's fair to the enemies. It's not fair, it's not trying to be fair. It's hiding enemies behind corners that you can't see when you come around those corners, and the only way that you can eventually maybe be able to predict that there's going to be an enemy around one of these corners is after they've fucked you so many times by so many enemies around so many corners that you couldn't see coming, and then you're like, okay, this looks like the kind of place where somebody would hide an enemy. Then you can, but, there's a different kind of fun to be had in that, when the evil of the world is cheating, like it should be cheating. And I believe he made a comparison to Zelda, and said, in a world like Zelda, or in a game like Zelda, the question would be, why is Ganon playing so fucking fair? Why, there's so many, he's leaving keys all over the place for you to get into the rooms that control, there's a compass. Like, in a game like Zelda, The game is playing fair with you. There is a challenge in a room, and when you defeat that room, it unlocks a thing, and it goes through. And, you know, in a lot of the modern scenarios for Zelda, you can say that the reason why things are the way they are is because, and maybe they actually kind of solved this problem in the lore by doing it this way, is because now those dungeons that you used to go to, they're actually temples, right? The dungeons are now temples that have been prepared in order to ready Link for the challenges ahead and shit like that. But in the original Legend of Zelda, there's just like 8 dungeons full of enemies that have these, you know, specific challenges, and you defeat the enemy, and then the thing opens up, and then you go down the ladder, and you get the boomerang, which is going to help you in further places. I don't know, maybe the lore even back then was that the dungeons were supposed to be temples that were prepared for them, but I don't think so. One way or another, there's a big difference between, like, the feel of a Zelda game and how you feel like you're usually, you know, except for in, like, the good ones. Breath of the Wild does a lot to negate this idea. But most of the time you feel like you're in control. You're more powerful than the world that you're in. You are leveled to the enemies, that kind of a thing. Breath of the Wild also does that, though. I think people give Breath of the Wild too much credit for being open world and you can go anywhere and you can do anything. The reality is the first 6 to 8 hours of that game are incredibly linear, and if you diverge from that linear path, you're gonna have a bad time. The first, like, 4 hours of gameplay are on the plateau, and that is completely hand-holdy. You know, that is completely, go here, do this. Now, there are many ways that you can do it. And I think Breath of the Wild is... I had a lot of fun playing with it, but it was precisely because of the gaming press and just the popular, like, idea out there that Breath of the Wild is so open you can go anywhere and do anything from the very beginning of the game, that I tried to wander off the beaten path the first time that I ever played it, because I knew that that's what everybody said. So I was like, okay, the plateau is the tutorial area, now we're out of the tutorial area, I can go anywhere, I can do anything, whee! And I wandered off, and my experience was about as bad as it could possibly be. Because I went into an area that was much more difficult than I was supposed to be in at that time, and I was kicking ass and taking names. I actually, you know, I defeated one of those whiz robes that you got 3 hearts and no, you know, big weapons or anything like that. It was a tough fight, and I got a little bit lucky, and I got a little bit skilled, and I managed to kill a whiz robe. And then, like, wolves came and killed me because I didn't understand that wolves were a threat in the world, because there are so many other things that are like doggies, you know, they weren't attacking me, they were just kind of running around me, and the game did not signal to me, these are a threat. I was looking at them as a threat. I was like, are these a threat? Are these a threat? Are these a threat? And I kept watching them, and they didn't attack me, and they didn't do anything, and they left me alone. And it wasn't the first pack of wolves, it was the second pack of wolves who actually did attack me. So I had a really bad experience because I went into an area that I shouldn't have been in. So hey, if you shouldn't be in an area, then can you actually really play in all of the areas? You can do whatever you want from the beginning of the game. I went into an area that was overpowered for me, and I was doing well, and then I got killed by an enemy that, because it's the beginning of the game, I don't even know that they're a threat. I didn't perceive them as a threat. Kills me, and then I lose my fucking progress in the really tough area that I'm doing really well in. And now I'm like, fuck this game, man. It just stole my glory. I had this beautiful story where I wandered into, like, the desert area that I wasn't supposed to be in, and I had this epic battle with a whiz robe and, you know, pulled it off. And now, because I did that, I got like a level 28 fire magic missile fucking wand, while the rest of my equipment is like level 12 or something like that. This is awesome. This is epic. What a story. And Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild was like, yeah, that'd be cool if that was a story. Hey, what if the story was you got killed to some shit that the game didn't communicate to you was actually an enemy? And then the game also didn't save your progress when you kicked that Wizrobe's ass, and so now you don't have that weapon, and if you want to try and get it back, then you're going to have to get lucky again fighting the Wizrobe again. What if that was the story instead? What if the story was that the story didn't happen, and now you're in an alternate dimension where shit's just shittier? Welcome to Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, sucker. They lied! They lied to you! They told you you could go and do anything, it's open world, but what you were meant to do was just go to fucking Kakariko Village! Don't wander! Follow the fucking orders of the game! Yeah, you can do it, but the game isn't really prepared for you to do it until after Kakariko, and you got some armor, and you understand the basics of the game. You guys, by which I mean the world at large, you ruined my first time experience of Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild because you were out there saying, oh my god, you could go anywhere, do anything. Oh, it's so open world, but you're not supposed to until after Kakariko. I got off the plateau, I thought the tutorial was over, because that's what y'all made it sound like, and I went my own way. Just a little bit. I was going to turn back to Kakariko, I was going to follow the story, but I was like, I'm going to go explore over here a little bit, because that's what they all say the point of this fucking game is, why it's so great. I'm going to look around. Oh, shit. I ran into some... Oh, but I beat him! And I got this epic... Well, what? Dogs? Are you dogs or are you wolves? Are you trying to attack me? Okay. I'm watching. You're not attacking me. Okay. Okay, we're cool? We're cool. Okay, we're cool. Alright. I got a new cool fucking weapon. Oh shit, I'm dead to a fucking dog! They are wolves! Well, whatever. At least I got my, my new cool weapon and everything. Let's see. Loading previous save file. Oh wait, none of that shit ever happened. All my progress. My story, my cool story is dead. Wonderful. Where do we start with that? Was it supposed to be... It's supposed to be that, sometimes it's cool for the game to not be fair. Sometimes it's fun for the game to not be fair. And honestly... I wouldn't have had that much problem with the dogs, even though they were poorly communicated that they were an enemy. And I think maybe they, patched it or updated it in such a way as, you get danger music when the dogs come around, and maybe that didn't always trigger before or something like that. Or maybe it came on, but I was in the first few hours of gameplay, so I hadn't learned the patterns of the game yet. It did not communicate to me that those wolves wanted to fuck me up. Quite the opposite. Wolves walked around and didn't attack and weren't attacking, and sure, they're hanging around me, they're running around me, but they're not looking at me, they're not growling at me, they're not coming for me. Fact is, maybe I was in a position where they couldn't snap into that mode. It was just a bad moment for the game. But would have been fine if it wouldn't have erased my history. And that's the story of Christmas. I don't know what the conclusion of the story is. It's supposed to be about the idea that sometimes it's fun that a game is unfair. Dark Souls and stuff like that. Dark Souls establishes, that would be your problem, is that Breath of the Wild, if it was going to do that kind of thing, Breath of the Wild doesn't do a Dark Souls thing, But it's important, if you're going to be unfair to the player, that you establish that shit from the front, right? You gotta set that up. You gotta tell them, by the virtue of these skeletons that are appearing around corners, by the fact that you got, giant demons that you're supposed to fight while you've got a broken dagger and a half of a wooden shield. This game is not gonna be fair. And it's okay, I know what I'm in for. Alright, let's go. I think maybe Breath of the Wild kind of did that with their wolves unintentionally. They just gave wolves pack-like behavior where they hunt you down and kind of circle you and wait for an opportunity, and then one comes in from the side while you're looking at another one. It sounds all good, you know, on paper, but the gameplay experience of someone who hasn't faced a wolf yet is like, are you a wolf or are you a dog? Looks like you're a dog. You're not killing me. Okay. Okay, hello little dog. Oh god! Accidental. It's an interesting study of game design, actually, to consider that, because there's nothing wrong with the design of the wolves in Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, except there is. Because if you don't already know how the wolves work in Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, then the wolves are lying to you. The enemy is lying to you that it's an enemy. Which is not, you know, that's fine in the Dark Souls world. It's not okay in the Zelda world. I don't know. I don't know where this was going. But we've gotten a hell of a lot of practice on 9-4, and I didn't notice most of it was happening because I was in my head telling a story. Telling the stories. And we've now been here for 5 hours and 50 minutes, and it's definitely time to end the live stream. Bam, motherfucker. So we are now consistently hitting low 14s. We are now hitting sub 14 times. Got several 13-minute clears of any percent today. And we're now looking at my routing and saying, where can we save more time? Because it's really hard with my current routing to grab all of the time that I need, you know? That said, I think my rounding is pretty correct. It's pretty correct. Come here. In the balancing of risk versus reward, in where it's worth it to go for something, and where it's not. You know, there's a lot of places where I'm leaving 1 second behind, 2 seconds behind, but if I don't get it, then I'm losing 6 seconds, you know, 4, 6, 8 seconds kind of a thing. And we might just be at the place. We got a couple of things now new that we're adding to the run that will pick up time for us if they come in. And they'll start coming in more and more the more that I do them. But we might just be at the point in the run where it really is, now it's grind time. Where it's, you know, you gotta get on the run. You gotta not get shot down out of the air by a magic fucking missile that popped up out of nowhere. You gotta, not get fucked over by 9-4. Not fall for it. Not be like, alright, well maybe I can make this work. No, don't risk it. Just keep going. You gotta grind until you get the run. Until you manage to tie it all together. It might just be grind time now. My concern is that, well, I can see that we've got the 30 seconds to save. After we save the 30 seconds, I'm down to my 13-minute, 30-second time. Trying to get a PB under 13:30, you know, where's that coming from? And at this point, it would have to be just executing everything without losing anything, right? We've got some major time saves here and there that we're adding in. We can pick up 6 seconds. We can pick up, you know, 4 seconds, 6 seconds, that kind of thing. But without changing my routing, sub 13 is kind of hard to imagine. Without changing routing, sub 13 is pretty damn hard to imagine. Yeah, we'll end on that. For I am the Ronin Pawn, and I smell that there's food ready for me to eat. I've been a little bit lazy, or rather I've been busy doing my programming. In fact, fuck it, wait a second, come on over here. We'll let the music roll. Join me over here in the Get Real place. And, I will show you... No, not my pornography! I will show you, do people still keep local pornography? The internet, why would you... I'll show you the state of my code right now. My game that I'm gaming. Deprogram files, game development, sci-fi chess. Build. Sci-fi chess.exe. Here's the state of my game. It's actually, if this world map were larger, you would see that, you know, the world moves when you're at the middle. The world would move underneath you until you got to the edges, but because it's so small, we're already at the edges. So it actually proves that a lot of things are working there. And then, of course, we do have tab to get to the next scene. So we have the ability to switch between two different scenes, and we got a little bit of this is all the code that makes this happen. It's going away. It was just filler code. It was like, let's do something that looks nice instead of all of this code being forward-thinking engine preparation code. Let's actually make something move on the screen. So that's where I am with sci-fi chess. And on that note, I hope to see you back here on Thursday, February the 12th, and also I will try and actually upload the VODs to the VOD channel at pawnlive.roninpawn.com, which it links to the YouTube channel. I've been busy and been lazy, and between those two I just haven't uploaded the VODs. So we will start catching up on the VODs shortly. And also don't forget that we exist. We have Minecraft server. Join us at minecraft.roninpawn.com. You know, the world has not been chewed up. There's a lot to discover, a lot to find, a lot of fun to be had there. Meet us there on some other day, at some other time, or today, but not, because I'm gonna go eat something and then probably by playing Minecraft. Pawn out! Just Jesus Christ, the intro goes on. Outro. Actually, also, if you want to subscribe to the cell phone thing that I was passed, it was in chat earlier. It's a link, and then you get the and then I make money. Okay, bye.